Welcome to Game of Theories. Today's adventure. What if Jon Snow's dragon blood awakened during the Battle of the Trident itself? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The rubies in the fork. The green fork ran shallow in the place men would later call the Ruby Ford, and Robert Baratheon stood in the water up to his knees and waited for the man who had taken Lyanna. The summer had been long. The river was warm. Robert noticed neither, because he had not noticed weather in a year. He had ridden the length of the Trident with his army at his back, and the slow, patient hatred of a man who had a list of things to do, and only one of them mattered. Rhaegar was first on the list. There was no second. The rebel host filled the eastern bank for half a mile in either direction. The royal host filled the western. Banners moved in the late morning air without much wind to move them. The dragon banner hung over the prince's tent like a thing tired of being itself. Robert watched it and thought about smashing it down with his hammer and decided, after a long pause, that he would smash down the man under it first and the banner second. Order mattered. There was a great deal he had stopped thinking about in the last year, but order he kept. Ned would have asked him to wait. Ned would have wanted to bring up the foot. Ned would have wanted to be careful. Ned was 100 leagues away holding King's Landing or the gods knew what, and Robert was here, and Robert was not going to wait. A horn sounded across the water. Then another, closer. Then the dragon banner moved. The prince came down to the water on a gray courser. He wore black armor with rubies set across the breastplate in a long line that ran from collarbone to belt. And the rubies caught the sun and threw it back in pieces. And Robert watched the man come and thought, distantly, that the boy was a fool to wear that much wealth on a battlefield. Then he thought, less distantly, that the boy was no boy. Rhaegar Targaryen was older than Robert by a margin of 2 or 3 years, and he was the better lance in any tourney they had ever shared, and he had not come down to the water on his courser to talk. Robert lifted his warhammer. The weight of it was the only weight he liked. The prince crossed the ford slowly. The courser picked its way. The water reached the courser's chest and then its belly and then ran clear over the saddle. Rhaegar reined up at the deepest part of the ford and looked across the last 20 yards of river to where Robert stood, and for a moment the two of them studied one another the way two men might study a thing they would never see again. "Your Grace," Rhaegar said. Robert had a number of things he had planned to say. He had rehearsed them at supper for half a year. He had said them aloud while drunk. He had said them aloud while sober, which was rarer. None of them came to him now. He spat into the water. "Come and die, then," he said. Rhaegar dismounted in the river. The gray courser stood obedient with the water at its girth, and Rhaegar drew his sword and walked the last yards of the ford on foot. And the rubies on his breastplate moved with him and made a long stuttered light on the surface of the water that ran past his shins. A man on the eastern bank shouted. Another shouted from the west. The shouts ran along the banks and met behind Robert and turned into a roar, and Robert did not hear any of it. He saw only the man who was walking toward him through the river and the line of red stones on his chest. They met. Rhaegar struck first, which Robert had not expected. The prince was a quiet man with a quiet reputation, and quiet men in Robert's experience let the other fellow swing first to see what he had. Rhaegar did not. The first cut came low, two-handed, a slanting line for Robert's thigh, and Robert turned it on the haft of the hammer and came back over with a short stroke aimed at Rhaegar's helm. Rhaegar moved aside. The water around their boots churned, and the silt rose, and the surface of the ford went the color of weak tea. The second exchange was longer. Robert had the reach with the hammer and the strength, and he used both. Rhaegar had the speed and the better blade. The prince's sword caught Robert above the elbow, where a strap had loosened on the morning ride, and ran an inch under the steel and out again, and Robert was bleeding before he had registered a wound. He laughed. It was not a sound a man enjoyed. "All your songs," Robert said, and brought the hammer around in a flat horizontal stroke that Rieger had to crouch beneath. "All your songs and your harp and your lady. I'll have you under the river in another minute." Rieger did not answer. Robert had not expected him to. He thought, in the small, clean part of his mind that he kept for war, that the prince fought like a man who had read books about it, which was to say, not well enough. The third exchange took them deeper into the ford. The water came to their knees and then to their thighs. Rieger struck twice at Robert's left side, which would have ended the fight if either blow had landed, and Robert took both on the hammer and did not give ground. The fourth exchange was shorter. Robert closed the distance the prince was trying to keep, and the prince did not have the strength to keep it, and the hammer came up over Rieger's guard and around it and down at the angle of his shoulder where the gorget met the pauldron. The blow did not land there. Rieger moved with it. The hammer struck the breastplate at the center, on the long line of rubies, and the breastplate gave. It did not give the way armor sometimes gives. It went in. The rubies came off the steel as the steel came apart. They went into the river one after another, in a quick scatter of red, like a child throwing pebbles, and the line of them on Rieger's chest opened along the dent the hammer had made, and Rieger's mouth opened too. The way a man's mouth opens when he has been struck somewhere he did not expect a thing could reach. Robert hit him a second time. The hammer came down on the same place. There was no third. The prince went onto one knee in the river. The sword was no longer in his hand. He looked up at Robert without expression. He looked through Robert without expression. His lips moved. Robert leaned in. He had not been told by anyone that he would lean in. He did anyway. "Lyanna," Rieger said. Robert did not hear it as a name. He heard it as a sound. He stood over the prince in the warm water and watched what was left of Rieger Targaryen settle backward into the ford. And the rubies were already gone with the current, and the silt was already rising around the man's body. And the part of Robert that had wanted to do this for a year was perfectly silent now that it had what it wanted. He stood there a long count. Then a small thing happened in the water, and a small thing happened in Rieger Targaryen, and Robert almost noticed both. He was breathing hard. He had been hit. His arm was bleeding more than he had thought it was. He waded one step deeper into the ford and stooped and put his free hand into the silt to fish out one of the rubies, because the rubies were worth a castle apiece, and he had won them. The water around his fingers was warmer than it had any right to be. It was warm the way a bath is warm when the kettle has been put in. It was warm the way the air over a forge is warm, only it was water and the river was running, and the warmth did not go past him in the current the way warmth ought to. It sat. It was a small pool of warmth around his hand, and his hand was 4 feet from the body of the man he had just killed, and the rubies that had not yet gone downstream lay on the silt in a quiet pattern that did not match where they had fallen. Robert blinked. He pulled his hand out of the silt. There was a ruby in it. He stood. He looked down at the prince. The prince was already pale. The prince's lips had stopped moving. A man behind Robert shouted his name. Another man shouted it. A third was wading out toward him through the ford with a torch that he did not need in the daylight, and Robert turned to look at them. And the warmth in the river was already gone, and Robert had won the realm, and the sun was high, and his arm was bleeding. And he forgot about the warmth in the water because he was Robert Baratheon, and there were 1,000 things to do before nightfall. He filed the warmth somewhere small. He kept it. The men came up around him. He was clapped on the shoulder and clapped on the back, and someone took the ruby out of his hand and gave it back to him because it was his, and he stood in the green fork until they made him come out of it. and the body of Rhaegar Targaryen drifted 3 feet downstream before a Stormlander with a hooked staff caught it under the armpit and pulled it to the bank. Robert did not look at the body again. He had no reason to. Somewhere south and west of him, the babe in Lyanna Stark's womb went still. The Tower of Joy stood in a cleft of the Red Mountains where the wind came down off the Prince's Pass and ran in the windows like a thing looking for the way out. Lyanna had been at the western window all morning because the wind there was cooler. She had been there for an hour and counted the babe's movements as she counted them every morning because she had not had very much else to do for some months, and the count steadied her. He had moved 12 times since dawn. He moved often in the early hours, when the morning light came down off the rocks and into the chamber and warmed the stones, and he was a child of the heat. She had decided long ago. He liked sun. He liked her hand on her belly. He liked her singing in the low voice she had used as a girl in the Godswood at Winterfell, before her brothers had asked her to stop because she sounded like a hoarse fox. She had sung in that voice this morning, and he had moved. He moved a 13th time at the half-hour after the sun cleared the eastern ridge. She marked it. Willa, the wet nurse, was working at the small table near the hearth with a bowl of something Lyanna had stopped eating. The hearth had only the morning's coals in it, because the wind down the pass made the chamber hot enough on its own, and there were 3 candles on the table beside Willa, because Lyanna had asked for them at first light and had not yet said why. She had not known why. She had wanted them. The babe moved a 14th time. The wind moved at the western window. A bird called once, somewhere along the rocks. Willa said something Lyanna did not catch, and Lyanna said something back which she would not later remember. Then the babe went still. Lyanna had her hand on her belly. She had it there always now. She kept it there, and she counted because the count was the thing she knew how to do. She counted 1. She counted 2. She counted 3. She was not at the western window anymore. She had come away from it without remembering coming away. She was at the table with the candles, and her hand was still on her belly, and Willa was looking at her with the bowl in her hands and was asking her a question. 4. 5. Lyanna held up her free hand. Willa stopped asking. 6. 7. 8. The babe had gone still before. He had gone still in the 2nd month, when she had thought she had lost him, and she had wept for an hour before he had moved again with the slow stretch of a small hidden animal turning over in a den. He had gone still in the 5th month in the night while she was sleeping, and she had not known that he had gone still until he had moved again at dawn. He had been still other times too, and she had stopped counting the times. He had not been still like this. 9. 10. 11. The chamber was quiet. The chamber had been quiet for an hour. The wind at the western window did not change. The bird did not call again. 12. 13. She knew, in the small, clean part of her mind that she had kept in spite of a year of grief and a long ride south and a longer wait in a tower in the rocks, that she was counting heartbeats and not seconds. Her heart was running fast. Her count was running fast. She was not counting honest time. She was counting the thing that she could count. 14. 15. Willa had come to her side. Willa had her hand on Lyanna's shoulder. Willa was saying something. Lyanna did not hear it. 16. She closed her eyes. 17. The babe moved. It was not the movement he had made all summer. It was a single thing, low and slow, like a hand turning a key on the inside of a door. It was once. It was finished. The babe was quiet again afterward, but he was quiet the way a sleeping thing is quiet, and Lyanna knew the difference because she had been counting since dawn. She opened her eyes. The hearth had only the morning's coals in it. The 3 candles on the table had been lit by Willa an hour ago at Lyanna's request. The leftmost candle had gone out at some point. Lyanna had not noticed, and the middle one was guttering, the wick gone long and curled, the flame trying to find air to live by. The rightmost candle was burning quiet and straight. Air moved through the chamber. It moved without coming through the western window. It moved without coming through the eastern. It moved from no direction Lyanna could name. It was warm. The middle candle steadied. The wick straightened. The flame rose. The light it gave was not the light it had been giving a minute ago. It was a cleaner light. The wax around the wick had been pooled and slumped, and as Lyanna watched, the wax kept its shape and did not slump further. The candle burned the way candles in songs burned. Willa had her hand at her mouth. "My lady," Willa said. "My lady the—" "Hush," Lyanna said. She did not say it sharply. She did not have the breath to say it sharply. She said it the way a woman says a thing when she is listening for another thing. She listened. There was nothing to hear. The wind down the pass had stopped, and the bird along the rocks had stopped, and Willa had stopped. The middle candle burned. The babe in her did not move again. He was sleeping, she knew. He had not been sleeping a minute ago. He was sleeping now. She put her other hand on her belly. She kept both hands there. She stood at the table for what she would later remember as a long time, and what was, by the candles, 3 or 4 minutes. He was warmer than he had been in the morning. She had not known that until she had her hands on her belly the way she had her hands now. He had always run warm in her. She had said as much to Willa, weeks ago, in the way women laugh about such things, but he had not run warm like this. He was warm under her palms the way a stone is warm that has been in the sun all day. He was warm the way the river rocks at Winterfell had been warm the one summer she had run barefoot across them, before her father had caught her at it and told her she would slip and break her neck. She did not cry. She thought she would. She did not. She stood at the table with her hands on her belly and watched the middle candle burn quietly. And Willa, after some long time, took the bowl back to the table and did not say anything else. Lyanna did not yet know that her brother was riding south at speed. She did not yet know that Rhaegar was dead. She did not yet know that the man whose ring she would not wear had stood in the warm water of the Trident and pulled a ruby out of the silt and forgotten, almost, that the water had been warm. She knew that the babe had been still for 17 heartbeats, and that he had moved once, and that he was warm under her hands in a way he had not been warm an hour ago, and that the middle candle on the table had steadied without any wind to steady it. She did not know what had happened to him. She knew that something had. She knew, because she had been Lyanna Stark of Winterfell before she had been anything else, and she had been raised on a mother's stories of the heart trees and the winter kings, and she had been the kind of girl who climbed onto roofs to look at the stars. And she had been the kind of woman who chose her own path and was paying for it now and would not stop paying for it. She knew, because she was that woman, that whatever had moved in the room a minute ago had moved for her child and not against him. She had been afraid the night before. She had been afraid every night for some weeks. She was not afraid in this minute. That, she would later think, was the strangest thing of all. On the western bank of the Trident, 200 leagues to the north and east, Robert Baratheon walked out of the river and accepted a wineskin from his standard-bearer and drank from it, and did not stop drinking until the skin was empty. He stood on the gravel with the water draining out of his greaves and looked back at the ford, where men were now wading out to the prince's body to look at it, because no one had quite let himself believe yet that the prince was dead. His arm hurt. The cut above his elbow had bled through the mail and into the linen, beneath and out the underside of the strap. He looked down at it, and decided he would have it seen to in an hour. He looked up at the sky and decided he would have the body laid out at the high bank with the rubies, what was left of them, in a tray beside it, so that the lords could come and see, and the lords could ride home, and the war could be told to be over. He decided he would write to Ned in the evening when his hands had stopped shaking. He had not noticed that his hands were shaking. He flexed the right one, where he had pulled the ruby out of the silt. The hand was warm in a way that did not match the air. It was a small warmth, low in the palm, and he turned the hand over and turned it back, and the warmth was still there. He frowned at his own hand and rubbed it on his hip, and the warmth went away. He thought nothing of it. He looked up the bank. He looked across the river. He looked at the prince's body, which was being lifted now between 4 men with a length of canvas, and he did not look at the prince's face. A standard bearer was riding down to him. The man had questions about the wounded and the dead and the prisoners and the camp, and whether the king, Robert thought, and the word almost fit and almost did not, wished to make camp here or move on through the afternoon. Robert listened. Robert answered. Robert was good at this when he was not drunk, and he was good at it now because he had not yet had time to be drunk. He turned his back on the river. He walked up the gravel toward his tent. Halfway up the bank he stopped. He did not know why he had stopped. He turned and looked back at the ford. The water was running. The water was the color of weak tea where the silt had not yet settled. The body of the prince was no longer in the ford. Men were standing at the eastern bank with the canvas and the ruby tray. A wind was coming down the river from the north. The wind was warm. It was nothing, he thought. It was high summer. The wind was warm because the summer was long, and the summer was long because the gods were generous to the man who had won the realm, and there was no other reason for any of it. Robert grinned to himself, alone on the gravel, with his arm bleeding and his hammer over his shoulder and the wind in his beard. He kept walking. He did not look back at the ford a second time. In the Tower of Joy, Lyanna Stark sat down on the edge of her bed and kept her hands on her belly, and Willa, with her own hands trembling now, brought her a cup of water from the basin and set it on the table beside the candles. The middle candle was still burning steadily. The leftmost had not relit, and the rightmost burned as it had always burned. Lyanna looked at the 3 of them in their row and did not say what she was thinking. She did not yet know what she was thinking. The wind down the pass came back. The bird along the rocks called. The chamber resumed. Lyanna closed her eyes a long minute, and then she opened them, and then she did the thing she did every morning when she was sure he was sleeping and would not wake by it. She sang to him. She sang in her low voice, the voice that her brothers had not let her use. She sang an old northern song about a winter king and a stone and a star, and she did not sing it because she thought he could hear her exactly, and she did not sing it because she thought he could not. She sang it because she had always sung it, and because she had no other thing to do in the chamber that morning, and because she did not know yet that her brother had ridden out of King's Landing with Howland Reed and 6 other men 8 days ago, and would be in the Red Mountains within the week, and would find her here and would not find her in time. She sang. The middle candle burned outside along the rocks. The wind came down the pass and turned at the western window and went up again into the sky. It was very warm. Chapter 2. The promise they had ridden for 8 days. Ned Stark counted the days the way a man counts coins he is short, knowing each one and not glad of any. Howland Reed had not spoken on 3 of them. The other 4, he had spoken only to say where the road bent, and where the river ran narrow and where they should rest the horses, because Howland knew the country between the Trident and the Red Mountains better than any of them, and the country between the Red Mountains and the Tower better than that. On the morning of the 8th day, they came out of the pass. The tower sat in a cleft above them. It was a tower the way a stack of stones is a tower, 3 rooms one above the other, the upper one bridged to the rock by a stair that had been cut into the cliff and looked, even from the lower ground, like a thing repaired by men who had been in a hurry. A standard hung at the top. Not the dragon, not the wolf. A blank field, dark. A Kingsguard standard with nothing on it, because the men inside that tower had stopped serving anyone with a name. There were 3 men at the foot of the stair, and Ned knew all 3 of them. Sir Gerald Hightower stood with his hand on the pommel of his greatsword and watched them ride up. He had been the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard for as long as Ned had been old enough to remember which knight was which. Sir Oswell stood at his right, a head shorter, a hand quicker. Sir Arthur Dane. Ned would never afterward say the name aloud without a particular thing happening in his chest. Stood at the Lord Commander's left, with Dawn at his hip and the white cloak of his order on his shoulders and his helm at his feet. Ned reined up. Howland Reed reined up at his shoulder. The 4 other companions reined up behind them, all of them men of the North or the Neck, all of them men Ned had known since childhood. Martin Castle had a small wound on his cheek from a thrown stone at her roadside 2 days back. Theo Wull had a deeper one in his thigh from the same. They were all of them tired. The horses were worse. Ned dismounted. "Sir Gerald," he said. "Lord Eddard," Hightower said. His voice was the voice it had always been. It was a voice that had spoken at 3 coronations and 1 funeral and would not bend for a battle in a Dornish ravine. "You were not at the Trident," Ned said. "You were not in King's Landing. You were not at the sack." "We were not," Hightower said. "And our prince," Sir Oswell said. "Rhaegar will never come back to us," Ned said. Hightower's eyes did a small thing and were still again. "Then our place is here," he said. Ned had expected it. He had been telling himself for 8 days that he had expected it. He had hoped he was wrong. He was not wrong. He could see in Hightower's face that he was not wrong, and he could see in Went's face, and he could see when he made himself look there in Dane's. The 3 of them had been told by their prince to guard the tower. The 3 of them would guard the tower. The prince was dead. The order stood. The Kingsguard in the end were not a thing that bent. "I would have you stand down," Ned said. "I am her brother." "And we are her son's sworn shields," Dane said. Ned did not let his face move. "Then it must be swords," he said. "Then it must be swords," Hightower said. They drew. Ned would not, in later years, talk about the sword fight at the tower. He would say, when pressed, that there had been 7 of them and 3 Kingsguard, and that no one in either party had walked away from it whole. He would say that Theo Wull had died with Went's blade through his neck, and that Martin Castle had died with the same blade through his shoulder, and that the man who had killed Martin had been killed in turn by Howland Reed. He would say the last name, Arthur Dane's, only when his children were not in the room. He would not tell them how Dane had fought. He would not tell them how, after the others had fallen, it had been Dane and Howland and himself in a triangle on the gravel below the stair, and Dane moving in the small circling way that Dane moved, and Howland on the ground with a fisherman's knife in his hand and a wound across his ribs, and Ned bleeding from a cut across the back of the wrist, and Dawn coming down toward him in a high arc that he was a moment too slow to read. Howland threw the knife. It went into the back of Arthur Dane's neck above the gorget. The angle was bad. The throw was bad. Dane went down anyway on one knee, and then on both, and then forward, and Ned stepped out of the path of the arc that had been aimed at him. He took Dawn out of the man's hand when the man was no longer holding it. The pale blade was warm in his palm. He stood over the body of the finest sword he had ever seen draw breath and made himself look at the face. He made himself remember it. Then he turned to the stair. Howland Reed was pulling himself to his feet at the foot of it. He had a cloth pressed to his side. He was breathing through his teeth. "Up," he said. Ned went up. The stair turned twice. He climbed it without counting, which surprised him afterward because he had been counting everything for 8 days. He came out at a landing at the top with one door and no other. The door was unbarred. He pushed it. It opened on a hinge that needed grease. He stepped through. The chamber smelled of 2 things. One of them was blood. He had ridden through enough of it in the last year that he had a private taxonomy for the smell, and the smell in this chamber was the smell of a woman in labor, and not the smell of a woman with a sword wound. The other smell was the smell he could not place at first, because he had never smelled it in a sick room. It was the smell of a forge. It was the smell of metal heated and not yet cooled. A woman in a kerchief, a wet nurse by the apron, was at the table by the hearth with a kettle in her hand. She had stopped where she stood when the door had opened. She was looking at Ned with the kind of look a woman gives a man who has come into a room with blood on his sleeve. There was a great deal of blood on Ned's sleeve. "My lord," she began. "Where is she?" Ned said. He did not say it as a question. He had no breath for questions. "By the window," the wet nurse said. He had not seen her, because the morning light at the western window made a glare that he had ridden into out of the dim of the stair. He went around the table and the glare resolved into a bed, and the bed had a woman in it, and the woman in it was Lyanna. She was not the Lyanna he had ridden away from at Riverrun 2 years ago, when she had been pulled aside by their father and told who she would marry. She had been 17 then. She had been laughing. She had been on a gray palfrey she had named after a mountain in a song. She had been alive in the way Lyanna had always been alive, which was the only way she had ever known. The woman in the bed was 20. She was not laughing. There was sweat in her hair, and her hair was stuck to her temples in dark, wet lines. And there was a pallor on her face that he had seen on his own father's face in a different room with a different sickness 6 years before, and he had hoped on the ride south that he would not see it on hers. He saw it. She turned her head on the pillow. She saw him. Her face did the thing her face used to do when she had been caught at something, the half-twist, the way she had looked at their father when she had been caught up on the roof of the broken tower at 11 and had to climb down past him. She did it now, and the doing of it was so exactly the thing she had always done that Ned almost could not stand at the bedside. He stood at the bedside. "Ned," she said. "I'm here," he said. "You took your time," she said. "I know," he said. "Robert, he is alive," Ned said. He did not yet know how to tell her the rest. He told her the rest. "Rieger is not." She closed her eyes. She kept them closed. She opened them again. They did the thing eyes do when a thing that has been a long fear settles into being a thing that has happened. "When?" she said. 8 days ago." She moved her hand on the coverlet. He took it. Her hand was cold. He had not expected that. He had expected, after the ride and the heat of the chamber and the way the sweat lay on her, that her hand would be hot. It was not. Her hand was the cold of a thing the fire has stopped reaching. She looked past him at the wet nurse. "Willa," she said, "my lady, bring him." Willa brought him. Ned would say afterward, when he could say anything at all, that he did not remember the moment in detail. He would lie. He would remember it in detail every day of his life. He would remember Willa turning at the table where she had set down the kettle, and bending to a thing wrapped in a cloth that he had not noticed when he came in, and lifting that thing, and bringing it to Lyanna in the kind of two-handed, careful way a woman lifts a thing she has been told is precious and is afraid she will break by handling. He would remember the babe in the cloth, the dark hair, wet at the temples, the eyes shut, the mouth open a little, sleeping, the hand uncurled with the small fingers spread. He would remember that the babe had been born already. He had thought, climbing the stair, that he was coming in time for the birth. He was not. He had been 4 hours late. The babe had come at first light. He had come quietly. Willa would tell Ned in the night, after the candles were lit, and after Lyanna had stopped speaking. The babe had come quietly and not cried, and Willa had been afraid for a moment that he had not lived. And then the babe had opened his eyes and looked at her, and a strange small heat had come up in Willa's hands where she had been holding him. And she had brought him to Lyanna and put him at his mother's breast. He had nursed. He had slept. He had been sleeping when Ned had come in. Ned would also remember, and would never afterward speak of, the way the chamber's light had thickened for a heartbeat when he had first looked at the babe in his sister's arms. Not the morning light at the western window. Something else. A pale gold along the edges of the bed. He would tell himself, in the saddle riding north, that he had been faint from the ride. He would tell himself the same thing for years. He would not believe himself. Howland Reed had come up the stair behind him. Ned had not heard him. Howland was at the door. Howland had his hand against the jamb. Howland was watching the babe and not watching Ned. Howland's face was doing a thing Ned had never seen Howland's face do. The light along the bed went out. The babe slept. Lyanna turned her head on the pillow. She had not yet looked away from Ned. "Sit," she said. He sat. "Ned," she said. "I am here." She closed her eyes. She kept them closed for so long that Ned began to be afraid. Then she opened them again and she looked at him, and her hand on his was colder than it had been a minute ago. "Listen to me," she said. "I have not much time." He started to say something. She moved her hand and he stopped. "His name," she said. "I will tell you his name. Do not let any other living soul know it. Do you hear me, Ned?" "I hear." She told him. She said the name twice. Ned took both of them and put them where he kept the things he did not say. He nodded once. "Promise me," she said. "I promise." "He is Ned. Listen to me. He is his father's son. I will tell you what I told no one. He is his father's son in a way no other child in the realm." She did not finish the sentence. The sentence ended in a thing that was not a word. He kept her hand. He kept his face from doing what he could feel it want to do. "I will keep him," he said. "You will keep him." "As mine," he said. "As yours. In the north. In the north. He will not know," Ned said. She did the smallest movement of her chin. He took it for a nod. He would take it for a nod for the rest of his life. "Robert," she said. "Would, he would," Ned said. Even an infant, promise me, Ned." "I promise." She closed her eyes. The babe in her arms stirred without waking. The small, uncurled hand turned a little, and the fingers came down on her wrist. They came down with the kind of soft, accidental precision a sleeping infant has, and the hand did not move again, and Lyanna's eyes did not open again. And Ned sat with his hand on hers, and his sister's hand on a child's hand on his sister's wrist, and waited. She did not speak again. He sat there in the chamber for a length of time he did not measure. The sun moved past the western window. Willa brought a basin of warm water and set it by the bedside and did not say anything. Howland Reed came in at some point and stood at the foot of the bed with his hand pressed to his side. He did not speak either. It was Lyanna who stopped first. He knew the moment by the change in her hand. He did not look at her face. He looked at the babe on her arm. The babe was warm. The cloth around the babe was warm. He had not been told by anyone that newborn children are warm. He had thought of newborn children as cold things, needing wrapping. He had thought of his own son Rob, 6 months old at Riverrun, as a small cold thing. This babe was not a small cold thing. The hand on Lyanna's wrist was still curled around it. The fingers were still loose. Ned reached out and lifted the babe off his sister's arm. The babe did not wake. The babe weighed almost nothing in Ned's hands. The babe's mouth made a soft, small sound that was not a cry and was not a word, and was the kind of sound an infant makes in dreams. Ned wrapped him in the cloak that had been folded at the foot of the bed. He stood. He did not look at his sister's face. He could not yet. He turned to the wet nurse, who had come back into the chamber without his hearing her come in, and he gave her one instruction in a voice that did not sound like his own, and she nodded twice and did not ask him a question. He carried the babe out of the chamber and down the stair. Howland Reed followed him. They camped that night in the lee of a stand of cedar, 2 leagues down the pass. The horses were grazing. The fire was small, because Ned had not wanted a large one. He had laid out his cloak by the fire and laid the babe on it, and the babe had not yet opened his eyes. Willa, who had insisted on coming with them and whom Ned had not had the heart to refuse, was crouched on the other side of the fire with a small cup, mixing milk with water that she had warmed in a pot at the coals. She was talking to the babe in a low murmur that the babe did not seem to hear, and that did not seem to require the babe to hear. Howland Reed sat on a fallen branch a few yards from the fire. He had his cloak pulled around him. He had a flask. He had been drinking from it slowly for the last hour. He had not said anything since they had come down the stair at the tower. Ned sat down on the branch beside him. "Speak," Ned said. Howland did not for some time. Then he did. "On the King's Road," Howland said. "8 days ago, about mid-morning, do you remember? You and I were riding the road north of the Twins. We were 2 days behind the news of the Trident, though we did not yet know we were. A wind came up out of nowhere, warm. It came across us once and was gone. The horses noticed it. You did not. You were thinking of your sister." Ned had not remembered the wind until Howland named it. He remembered it now. "I felt the same wind in the chamber today," Howland said. "When you walked in, when you looked at the babe, it came once and was gone. It was the same wind." Ned did not answer. 200 leagues away," Howland said. "And on a different day and in a different room. The same wind." "The same wind," Ned said. "My lord," Howland said. He used the title rarely. He used it now. "I do not know what it was. I will not pretend to know. I know that I have lived in the marshes all my life, and I have heard my grandmother's stories, and I have heard the songs the singers will not sing in the high halls. I know that there are things the old blood does at the moment of dying that the new blood does not understand. I know that the prince at the Trident was the old blood. I know that the babe in your cloak is the old blood. I will not say more than that." Ned looked into the fire. "He is my sister's son," he said. "He is. He will be my son. He will be. He will not know." Howland did not answer for a long count. "He will know," Howland said. "Not from you, not from me, not from any of the people who were in that chamber today, but he will know in time. The old blood is a thing that knows itself. You will not be able to keep it from him forever. I will keep it from him as long as I can. As long as you can." Ned watched the fire. The babe on his cloak had not yet woken. The babe's small hand had come out from under the cloth, and the small fingers were uncurled on the wool, and the wool around the small hand had a faint warmth Ned could see by the firelight, in the way the cloth lifted in a slow, shallow rise that was the babe's breath. The cloth lifted. The cloth fell. Ned watched it lift and fall and lift and fall. Howland passed him the flask. He drank. It was a long way to Winterfell. He did the leagues in his head while he drank. He did not let himself think about Catelyn yet. He did not let himself think about his father, or his brother, or any of the cluster of names he had not yet had time to grieve. He thought about the leagues and the road and the river crossings and the inns and where they would have to ride hard and where they could not, and which men in the north he would have to lie to and which men he would not need to. He had a wet nurse. He had a child. He had a name. He had a promise. He was a man who had always thought of himself as honest. He was no longer that. He was about to become a man who could carry a lie in his hand and not let it shake. The lie would be a child. The lie would have a name that was not the true name. The lie would have his hair and his face, because his hair and his face were also Lyanna's. The lie would have his sister's eyes. The lie would grow. He looked down at the babe on his cloak. The babe opened his eyes. The babe's eyes were dark. They were the gray of the north, the gray of the long lake at Winterfell in the 3rd hour after dawn. They were also something else, which Ned would never afterward describe with confidence, and which he would not speak of to Catelyn, and which he would tell himself, every day for a great many years, that he had imagined. He looked into his nephew's eyes by the firelight, and he saw the gray, and he saw the something else, and he did the thing he was going to spend the rest of his life doing. He chose not to see the something else. He picked the babe up off the cloak and held him. The babe was warm. The babe's hand had come up. The small fingers wrapped around the leather of Ned's bracer and did not let go. The grip was stronger than the grip of an infant a day old should have been. Ned told himself he was tired. Ned told himself he had not been paying attention to the grips of infants. He told himself that he would learn in time that babes were stronger than men gave them credit for, and that he had never had a daughter and so did not know, and that his memory of Rob's grip at this age was wrong, and that this was a perfectly ordinary child with a perfectly ordinary hand, and there was nothing in it he needed to look at. The babe did not let go of his bracer. Across the fire, Willa had stopped stirring her cup. She was watching Ned and the babe with the look a woman gets when she has decided not to say a thing she has noticed, because she has noticed several other things in the last 2 days, and she is a sensible woman, and she has been hired now for a long stretch of years. Ned met her eyes across the flames. Willa looked down at her cup. She kept stirring. Howland Reed lay down on his cloak with the flask still in his hand and closed his eyes. Ned sat by the fire with his nephew gripping his bracer and looked north up the pass and did not sleep. He would do this for a number of nights in a number of inns and a number of stands of cedar between the Red Mountains and the Neck, and after the Neck for a number of nights in a number of holdfasts and septs, and after the holdfasts and septs for a number of nights at Winterfell. In a chamber off the great hall, with his wife asleep beside him, and a question she had not yet asked him sitting on the chest at the foot of their bed, he kept the promise. Tonight, he kept it by sitting up by a fire in the Red Mountains, with a child whose true name he would never afterwards say aloud asleep on his bracer, and a wind that was not coming down the pass on its own, and a wet nurse stirring milk and water in a cup, and a man from the marshes lying with his eyes closed who was not asleep. Chapter 3. What the Stones noticed Catelyn was at the window of her solar when the column came up the King's Road. She had been watching for him for 15 days. She had known, by sennight, that he was coming back alive, because a rider had come ahead from White Harbor with a letter, and the letter had said so. She had known by the same rider that the prince was dead, and the war was over, and her sister Lysa's son would have an uncle who was hand to the new king, and her own husband would have a brother who was no longer in the world. She had known a great many things. She had not known in the letter that there would be a second rider in the column. She did not know it now. She saw a second rider and she counted in her head, and she could not work out who he should have been. She went down to the courtyard. The column came up the road at a tired walk. 6 of the 8 men who had ridden south with Ned were not coming back. She had read the names in the letter. She watched the gate open in the slow ceremonial way it opened for a returning lord, and she watched her husband ride through it, and she watched the man at his right hand who was not Howland Reed. The man at his right hand was a woman. She was older than Catelyn. She was sturdy and Dornish dark in the cheek and had a kerchief over her hair. She was not riding well, because she had a bundle held against her chest in a sling, and the bundle was the second rider Catelyn had counted from the window. The bundle was making a sound. Catelyn knew the sound. Catelyn had borne a son 6 months ago. Catelyn knew the sound of a hungry infant. She looked at her husband. Her husband looked back at her, and his face did the thing it did when he was about to tell her a thing she would not want to hear, and she would remember the face in later years with great clarity, because it was not a face she had often seen on him before. He dismounted. He came to her. He said her name once. He did not embrace her because she had not yet moved toward him, and Ned was a man who took his cues from the woman in front of him in matters of public courtyards. She did not move toward him. "Who?" she said. "Cat, who?" "My son," he said. He said it in the kind of voice a man uses to set a door against a wind. He said it once, plain, and waited. He had thought about it for 16 days on the road, and she had not thought about it at all, because she had not known it was a thing to think about. and she would later understand that this was the moment in which she had been at the worst possible disadvantage, and that he had picked the moment, and that she would forgive him for it eventually and would never quite stop being angry about it. "Whose?" she said. "Mine," he said. The wet nurse, who had ridden up behind him and was sitting her horse in the courtyard with the bundle quieting in her sling, did not speak. The bundle had stopped its noise. Catalin looked at the bundle. The bundle had a small dark head, half uncovered, and the head had hair already grown in, which was not what she would have thought of a child 6 months and younger. And the head was turned against the wet nurse's collarbone with the small open mouth and the small closed eyes and the small uncurled hand. Catalin looked at the hand. She would never afterward say why. She looked at her husband. She did not strike him. She had thought, looking up at him from the courtyard step, that she might strike him. She did not. He had ridden 800 leagues and lost his father and his brother and his sister, and he was bringing his shame home in his own arms, and she did not strike him because she was a Tully of Riverrun, and family, duty, honor, and the first of those was family. And a Tully did not strike a man who had ridden 800 leagues to come home to her. She nodded once. "We will speak in the solar," she said. She turned and went back up the steps. She did not look at the bundle again. She would not look at it for 3 days. He was called John. Ned had told her the name in the solar in the first hour, while the wet nurse was being settled in a small chamber off the nursery, and Meister Lewin was being given the news in the corridor. Ned had told her almost nothing else. The boy's mother, a woman whose name Catalin did not press for, was dead. The boy was Ned's. The boy would be raised at Winterfell as Ned's natural son. The boy would have the surname Snow as the custom of the North required, and there would be no further discussion of it in the household. Catalin had said, very carefully, that she would not raise the boy. Ned had said that he had not asked her to. Catalin had said that she would not let the wet nurse near her own son. Ned had said that he had not asked her that either, and that he had bought a second wet nurse on the ride north, and the second would handle Robb. Catalin had said that she would not have the child sleep in the same chamber as her son. Ned had said no. Catalin had said that the child would never sit at her right hand at the high table. Ned had said no. She had run out of things to forbid and started forbidding things she did not feel about, because she had needed to keep forbidding for another minute or two, and Ned had agreed to all of them. He had agreed too quickly. She had noticed that. She had not yet known what to do with the noticing. She had ended by saying that Jon Snow would be raised in her house, and would eat at her table, and would not be cruelly used by anyone of any rank who lived under her husband's roof, and that this was what a lady of a great house owed any child who came under her care, and that she would not be told otherwise. Ned had nodded once. Ned had thanked her. Catalin had not wanted to be thanked for that. She had wanted to be told a name. He had not given her a name. She had not asked twice. She had gone to her own son's nursery that night, and had stood with Robb in her arms until the candles guttered, and the wet nurse Ned had brought from Dorne had come to fetch her milk to the second nursery, and Catalin had watched the woman go down the corridor with the new child in her arms. And the new child had not cried, and the not crying had been the thing that stayed with Catalin afterward. Robb cried. Robb cried when he was hungry, and when he was wet, and when he was tired, and when he was held at the wrong angle, and Catalin had loved every cry of him because every cry was the sound of a child who was alive, and who had opinions about the world. The new child had been brought up the long road from the Red Mountains in a wet nurse's sling, and through a closed gate and into a strange castle and laid in a strange cradle, and he had not cried. He had looked around. He had taken the bottle. He had slept. The not crying was the first thing about Jon Snow that Catalin noticed and did not say aloud. It was not the last. Years compressed at Winterfell the way years compressed in the north, which was to say slowly and then all at once. Robb walked. Jon walked, 3 weeks after Robb, with the kind of patient, solemn footing that babes seldom managed. Robb began to talk. Jon began to talk. Sansa was born. Sansa cried. Sansa was Catelyn's in a way that Catelyn would not have been able to explain to a stranger and did not need to explain to herself. Sansa was hers and was Ned's, and Sansa was a Tully girl with a Stark name, and Sansa did not look at Jon, when she was small, with any particular interest, because Sansa was a child who looked at her own world and not at the world of other children. Arya came later. Arya looked at everyone. Jon at 3 was a quiet child who watched the door for his father. He watched the door for his father in the way Robb did not, because Robb had his father all the time and did not need to watch the door, and Jon had his father in pieces. Jon learned to read out of the same hornbook. Robb learned to read out of, in the same nursery, on the same chair, with Maester Luwin standing between them. Jon learned faster. Maester Luwin recorded this in a small private ledger and did not tell Ned. Maester Luwin recorded a number of small things in a small private ledger. He recorded that Jon's chamber, in the deep winter of the year Jon was 3, was warmer than the chambers on either side of it by a margin Luwin had measured with a brass instrument, and had not been able to attribute to flue draft or hearth proximity or window orientation. He recorded that Jon's chamber held the warmth at night, even when the hearth had not been lit since supper. He recorded that the kennel-master, Hullen, had mentioned in passing that the hounds in the south kennel grew quiet when the small snow boy passed the gate, and that they followed him afterward along the inside of the fence as far as they could before the fence turned the corner. He recorded that the smith's apprentice had reported that a piece of work that had been laid on the cooling rack overnight had been warm to the touch in the morning when no one had been near the forge since the smith had banked it. Luwin had walked the boy past the cooling rack the next afternoon casually, and the boy had looked at the piece of work without comment, and the piece of work had not changed temperature, and Luwin had thought a number of things and recorded one of them. He did not yet have a theory. He had been a maester long enough to know that he was not yet entitled to one. Old Nan told the children stories in the evening, in the long room behind the great hall, with the 4 older children, Robb, Jon, Sansa, Theon, settled at her feet, and Catelyn sometimes sitting in the corner with her sewing and sometimes not. Old Nan told the stories that Old Nan had always told. She told the long night, and she told Bran the builder, and she told the rat cook and the night fort and the children of the forest. She told them in the order she had told her own children them, and her grandchildren, and the children of the lords she had served, and Catelyn, when Catelyn was in the corner with her sewing, listened in spite of herself, because Old Nan told well. Old Nan told a dragon story one evening when Jon was 4. She told it the way she told all her stories, in the voice that came from somewhere a long way under her chest and never rose above the level of a careful murmur. She told of a king of old Valyria who had ridden a dragon the color of a forge coal at dawn, and the dragon's name had been an old Valyrian word that meant the breath at the bottom of the well. And the king had ridden the dragon over the sea, and the dragon had not stopped flying for 9 days. And the king had not slept on the dragon's back, but the dragon had slept under him in the flying, with its eyes open, because dragons slept that way. Old Nan said the last part, the eyes open, and looked at Jon. She did not look at Robb. Robb was the firstborn and the lord-to-be, and the child a storyteller usually looked at when she wanted to keep her audience. She did not look at Sansa. Sansa was the prettiest and the most attentive. She did not look at Theon. She looked at Jon, who had been watching her hands and not her face, and Jon, somehow knowing he was being looked at, lifted his head and looked at old Nan, and looked at her the way a small animal looks at a thing it does not yet have a category for. "Eyes open, little lord," old Nan said. "I am not a lord," John said, in the small grave voice he had been using for some weeks now, since he had asked Meister Lewin what the word meant and had been told. "No, no," said old Nan, in the tone of a woman who had been overheard at something. "No, of course you're not." She told the rest of the story. Catalin, in the corner with her sewing, did not look up. A year later, in the dead of winter, Catalin found John on the corridor stones. He was 4. He had wandered from the nursery. He was lying on his side on the flagstones of the lower gallery, with his cheek on the stone and his small hand under his cheek, and his other hand curled up under his chin, and he was asleep. The corridor was cold. The corridor was cold because the wind had been at the southern shutters all night, and a hinge had come loose, and a finger of the wind was in the corridor that should not have been. Catalin had been on her way to the kitchen to see why a kitchen girl had not yet brought up the morning porridge, and she had come down the gallery and stopped because there was a child on the stones. She had thought, in the half-second before she knew which child it was, that he was dead. He was not dead. He was warm. She knelt beside him with her hand on his cheek, and his cheek was the temperature of a child sleeping in a sun-warmed nursery in the south, and his hand under his cheek was warm too, and the stones under his hand were warm. The stones immediately around him were warm. She moved her own hand from his cheek and laid it on the flagstone 2 feet away from his head, and the flagstone was cold. She laid it on the flagstone 4 feet away, and it was cold. She laid it on the flagstone 6 inches from his head, and it was warm. The corridor was cold. The boy on the corridor was warm. There was a patch of corridor around him in which the stones held warmth they had not been given by the morning sun or the candles or the wind. She picked him up. He woke as she lifted him. He did not cry. He looked at her with the gray eyes and did not say anything. She carried him to the nursery. She did not say a thing to the wet nurse about where she had found him. She gave him to the wet nurse and turned and walked out of the nursery and went to her solar and sat at the window for an hour. She did not tell Ned. She told herself, on the 3rd day after she did not tell Ned, that she had not told him because there was nothing to tell. She told herself, on the 4th day, that the corridor had not been as cold as she had thought, and that the boy had been there only a few minutes, and that children of that age were sometimes warmer than their elders. She told herself, on the 7th day, that she would tell him when there was a thing to tell. She did not tell him when there was a thing to tell, either. Meister Lewin recorded the corridor incident the day after it happened. Because the kitchen girl who had brought up the porridge had told a scullion who had told the housekeeper who had told Meister Lewin's apprentice that the lady of the house had been seen carrying the bastard out of the lower gallery before dawn. Lewin did not know what to make of the report, because Catalin Stark did not carry Jon Snow anywhere as a matter of habit, and the housekeeper was an honest woman and not the kind to mistake one child for another. He recorded the report in the small private ledger. He underlined the line where he had written warmth in the stones, with a question mark, because warmth in the stones was a thing he had begun to write about and did not yet know what to do with. He did not yet have a theory. He went down to the lower gallery one afternoon when no one was looking, and he laid his hand on the flagstones along the wall in a careful pattern from end to end. 5 of them were warmer than the rest. They formed a rough oval. The oval was approximately the size of a small sleeping child. Meister Lewin stood up. He looked at his own hand. He went back to his chamber. He wrote down the oval. He wrote down the size. He did not write a theory. He waited. Ned came up to the nursery one night when John was 5. He had been in the great hall with 2 riverlords from the south who had come north on business he did not want, and he had drunk less than they had drunk, and he had come up after they had gone to their chambers, and he had wanted to look in on his children before he slept. He looked in on Rob. Rob was asleep with his thumb in his mouth in a way Catelyn would have removed if she had been there to see it. He looked in on Sansa. Sansa was asleep with her hand in the hair of a doll she had been given that day for her name day. He looked in on Jon. Jon was not asleep. Jon was crouched on the hearthrug in front of the small hearth in the nursery's second chamber. The hearth had only the night's embers in it, and the embers gave very little light, and Jon was crouched with his back to the door, and he had not heard Ned come in. He was drawing. He was drawing in the ash that had spilled an inch over the stone lip of the hearth. He was using one small finger. He was drawing carefully and slowly, with the kind of repeated patience a child uses when he is not making a thing but copying one. Ned came up behind him. He looked over his son's shoulder. The drawing in the ash was a shape with 3 arms. The 3 arms were arranged at equal angles around a single small center. The arms were the rough shape of long, curving necks. At the end of each neck was a small triangular shape that any man who had been raised in the 7 kingdoms would have known by the time he was 9 years old. Jon did not turn around. Jon kept drawing. He was finishing the 3rd triangle. Ned stepped on the drawing. He did it carefully. He did it the way a man steps on a spider in his sister's chamber when his sister is in the room. He did it so that Jon would not know that he had stepped on it on purpose. He stooped after and brushed the ash with the side of his boot, so that the ash spread along the hearthrug in a way that did not show the shape. "Bed, Jon," he said. Jon looked up at him without surprise. The gray eyes did the thing they sometimes did in candlelight, which was a thing Ned chose every time not to see. Jon nodded. "Yes, father," Jon said. He went to his bed. Ned stood in the 2nd chamber for a long count after the boy had gotten under his covers. He looked at the ash on the hearthrug. He looked at the boot mark in it. He did not look at Jon. He thought, with the small, clean part of his mind that he had kept since the Red Mountains, that he had been afraid this would happen, and had hoped it would happen later, and that he was a man who could lie to his wife and his household and his lord, but who could not, in the end, lie to a 5-year-old child who drew dragons in the ash without knowing what dragons were. He would have to lie to him anyway. He blew out the candle. He left the nursery. Catelyn watched them from the gallery window on a morning in the late winter of Jon's 6th year. Rob and Jon were in the yard. Sir Roderick had given them wooden swords that morning at first light, and they had been at it for an hour. And Sir Roderick was now standing at the edge of the yard with his hands on his hips, and his face doing the careful blank face he did when he was about to tell a boy he had done well. Rob had hit Jon twice on the shoulder and once on the thigh. Jon had hit Rob 4 times, twice on the helm, once on the wrist, once on the back of the hand. Jon was the smaller of the two by 1.5 inches. Rob was laughing. Jon was not. Snow was falling. It fell on Rob's hair and stuck. It fell on Sir Roderick's beard and stuck. It fell on the wooden swords and stuck. It fell on Jon Snow's hair and stuck. It fell on the back of Jon Snow's neck, where the collar of his tunic gapped from where old Nan had tied it too loose that morning, and it did not stick. Catelyn watched the snow on the back of Jon's neck. It did not melt the way snow melts on the back of a warm neck. It did not run in a small wet line down into the tunic. It did not lift in a slow rising of vapor in the cold air. It did not catch on the small fine hairs of the nape. It came down. It came near the neck. It did not arrive at the neck. It moved a 1/4 inch outward from the skin and turned in a slow way in a small drift that did not match the drift of the other snow in the yard, and it went on past the boy's head and fell to the ground 6 inches behind him. Catelyn watched this for the length of one of Sir Roderick's instructions. She did not look away. She would, in later years, when she thought about it. Count the watching as the moment she had begun to understand that her husband had brought home from the Red Mountains, a thing that her husband did not yet understand he had brought home. She would also count the watching as the moment she had begun, somewhere very small, to know that the child in the courtyard was a child, and that whatever else he was that first. She did not yet love him. She would not love him for a great many years, and not entirely even then. She turned from the window. She went down to the yard and called both boys in to wash for the meal. Rob came at a run with his sword over his shoulder. John came at a walk slower, with the wooden sword held the way Sir Roderick had told him to hold it. He came past her on the steps, and looked at her in the small grave way he had been looking at her since he had been old enough to know which look got which answer from her. She did not put her hand on him as he passed. She did not, in fact, do anything at all, but she did not turn her face away. That was the small thing she gave him that morning without telling herself she was giving it. She did not turn her face away. He went past her into the keep. She stood on the steps a little longer. Then she followed him in. Chapter 4. The Godswood confrontation. Catelyn nursed Rob through a fever in the autumn of John's 6th year, and the nursing of it changed something in her that she would never go back from. Rob had taken a chill at the harvest feast. He had sat too long in a wet cloak in the lower courtyard, watching the men play at strength, and had not been seen to until he had stopped wanting his supper and gone up to his nursery and asked his nurse, in a voice that did not sound like his, whether the candles in the room were burning too bright. The nurse had taken his hand and known by the heat of it that he had a fever, and had sent for Maester Luwin and for Catelyn. And Catelyn had come up the stairs with a cup of water and a clean cloth in her hand, and her younger children behind her. Sansa was 4. Arya was learning to crawl. Catelyn had left them with the housekeeper and gone into Rob's chamber and stayed there. Maester Luwin was already in the room. He had a basin and a cloth and a small green bottle of something from his stores. He nodded to her once at the door and stepped aside. Catelyn knelt at the bedside. Rob's face was the color of wax. He recognized her. He tried to smile and did not quite manage. He asked her, in the small, slow voice of a child who has just realized he is much more ill than he had thought he was an hour ago, whether his father was home. His father was 100 miles away at Castle Serwyn and had been sent for. Catelyn told him a lie that she did not later remember and laid the wet cloth on his forehead and stayed by him. Maester Luwin gave Rob the bottle's contents. Maester Luwin took Rob's pulse. Maester Luwin laid his hand on the boy's chest and listened. Maester Luwin did not say to her what he was thinking, but Catelyn had been at her own mother's deathbed when she was 11, and she had been at her father's bedside through 3 illnesses, and she had been at births and at the harder ends of births. And she did not need Luwin to tell her what he was thinking. She could see it on his face. She sat through the night. She held Rob's hand. She wet the cloth. She wet the cloth again. She did the small, useless things a mother does when there is nothing else to do, because the doing of them was the thing that held her in the room, and being in the room was what was needed. Past midnight, the chamber door opened. She did not turn. She thought it was the wet nurse, or old Nan, or one of the women of the household coming to bring her a cup of broth she would not drink. The door did not close at once. The opening stayed open. A small, narrow shadow stood in the doorway, and the shadow did not say anything, and Catelyn turned her head, and the shadow was John. He was 6. He had on his nightshirt. He had no shoes. His hair was in his eyes. He looked at his brother on the bed, and the looking was the kind of looking a child does when he has been told, very seriously, that he should not be where he is, and has come there anyway. Catelyn did not tell him to leave. She did not know why she did not tell him to leave. She would think about it for a long time afterward, and would not arrive at an answer she trusted. She did not tell him to leave, and she did not move toward him, and she went back to wetting the cloth on Rob's forehead. And John, after a moment, came into the chamber on his bare feet without making a sound and stood by the bedside 3 steps from her. He did not climb onto the bed. He did not reach for his brother. He stood 3 steps from her and looked at Rob. He stood for a long time. Catalin did the cloth. She did the cloth again. She did not look at John. She listened for Rob's breath, because the breath had been the thing she had been listening to since dusk. The breath was bad. The breath had been getting worse for an hour. She had been counting it in her head, 20 breaths per minute, then 22, then 24 in the way a mother counts a thing she is afraid she will not be able to stop counting. At some moment that she did not catch, the count changed. She did not know when it changed. She did the cloth, and she said a word she did not later remember to Meister Lewin, and Meister Lewin said a word back, and she did the cloth again, and she counted in the way she had been counting, and the count was 18, 18, 18, 16. She lifted her hand off the cloth. She listened. Rob's chest moved easily. The wax color was leaving his cheeks. His forehead under her palm was warm and not hot, and was getting less warm as she held it. He turned his head on the pillow and made a small sound that was the small sound of a child who has stopped having a fever and has begun to have the thirst that comes after one. She looked at Meister Lewin. Meister Lewin had not yet moved. Meister Lewin was looking at John. John was looking at Rob. John had not moved either. John was still 3 steps from the bed. John's small fists were closed at his sides, and the small face was very still, and the dark hair had come further into his eyes, and the eyes were doing the thing they sometimes did in candlelight, which was the thing Ned had told her once, that he could not see and would not discuss. John's eyes looked at Rob, and they did not look away, and they had been looking at Rob without looking away for what Catalin now understood had been most of an hour. She did not say anything. Meister Lewin did not say anything. Rob opened his eyes. Rob said, in the slow, honest voice of a child surfacing from a long sleep, that he was thirsty. Catalin gave him water. Rob drank it. Rob closed his eyes again. Rob slept. The slow, good sleep, the sleep that came after a fever, not the sleep that had come before it. Catalin sat at the bedside another hour. When she stood, John was no longer in the chamber. She had not heard him leave. Meister Lewin was at the small writing desk near the window, in the corner where he kept his ledger when he was in a sick room. Catalin went over to the desk. Meister Lewin had not yet written anything. Meister Lewin had the quill in his hand and the page open. Meister Lewin met her eyes. "Meister," she said, "my lady." "Write," she said, "that the fever broke." He looked at her. "My lady, I write that the fever broke," she said. "Write that the bottle was used. Write that the prayers were said. Write nothing else." He looked at her another moment. He looked at the page. He looked at her again. He nodded once. He wrote what she had told him to write. She walked out of the chamber. She did not go to John's nursery. She went to her own bedchamber and sat at the window and looked out into the night. And the night was very cold, and the wind was at the southern shutters, and she sat at the window and did not move for a long time. She had a thought she did not say to herself in words. She thought it anyway. Sansa, 4, came to her in the solar a week later and asked her, with the bright tully blue eyes that had been a quiet small relief to Catalin for 4 years, why John's bedchamber was always warm. Catalin looked down at her daughter. "What do you mean, sweetling?" Catalin said. "His chamber is warm," said Sansa. Septa Mordane said this morning when she brought up the porridge. She said it was warm and she did not know who lit the fire. The fire was not lit. I went in. I touched the hearth. The hearth was not warm. The chamber was warm. Sansa said this in the unbothered tone of a child of 4, who has not yet understood that some pieces of information do not get said aloud. She said it because it was a thing she had observed, and because she was a daughter who liked to bring her observations to her mother. And Catelyn knew, with the small, clear honesty she had always been able to muster about her own girl, that Sansa would say this to anyone in the keep who asked her about Jon. Sansa was, at 4, already a girl who told the truth as she had seen it. Catelyn took her daughter's hand. "Sansa," she said, "listen to me." "Yes, mother, you will not say that again. Not to Septa Mordane, not to Maester Luwin, not to your father, not to your brother, not to any kitchen girl or stable boy or any guest who comes through our gates. Do you understand?" "Yes, mother." Sansa's brow drew. Why? Catelyn considered. She had had a number of answers ready in her head in the long days after Robb's fever, for the moment when a child of hers would ask her why. She had had clever answers and gentle answers and lying answers. She used none of them. "Because Jon is your father's son," she said, "and he is small. And there are people in the world who would not be kind about a thing like that if they heard about it. Do you understand? That his chamber is warm. That his chamber is warm, or anything else about him. Anything that is not your brother Robb, do you understand?" "Yes, mother, promise me." "I promise." Sansa kissed her hand, in the small ceremonial way that Sansa had decided was the way one made promises to one's mother. Catelyn kissed her on the forehead. Sansa went off to find her doll. Catelyn sat at the window of her solar another hour. That night, when Ned came up to their chamber, she did not tell him about Sansa, because she did not yet have words for what she wanted to say to Ned. She lay down beside him in the dark and did not sleep. And Ned, who had been a long day at the high table with the harvest accounts, did sleep. And she lay in the dark beside her sleeping husband and thought, in the slow, careful way she had been thinking for the past se'night, about a thing she had not let herself think before. She thought, "I have not asked him whose son Jon is. I have not asked him because I do not want to know. I do not want to know because if I know I will be carrying it for the rest of my life. And Ned is already carrying it. And I have been very angry with him about it for 6 years. And the anger has been the thing that has kept me from carrying it. And if I carry it, I will have to forgive him." She turned on her side, away from him. She did not sleep until the 3rd hour. Howland Reed came to Winterfell in the spring. He came alone with one pack-horse, in the kind of unannounced way the Lord of the Neck visited any northern keep. He stayed 3 nights. He spoke very little. He drank what Ned poured him in the solar and said almost nothing while he drank. And on the 2nd evening of his visit, he came to the supper in the great hall and sat at Ned's right hand, and during the supper he turned to Catelyn, who was at Ned's left, and addressed her directly, which he had not done in the 3 nights of his stay before that one. "Lady Stark," he said. He had a soft voice. He had a soft voice that filled a room without rising. "Lord Reed." "Your husband is a good man," Howland said. Catelyn looked at him. "I know," she said. "I do not say it because you do not know. I say it because I knew his father and I knew his brother, and I knew the boy he was before he was the lord he is now. I have known 3 Starks. He is the best of them in the things that matter. You should know that. You should know that I think it, and I am a man who does not often think anything aloud." Catelyn took a sip of wine. "Thank you, my lord," she said. "The matter of his son," said Howland in the same level voice. She did not pretend to misunderstand him. There were 2 of Ned's sons at the table. She knew which one Howland meant. "What of him?" she said. Howland looked at her. "You are stronger than you know, Lady Stark," he said. "I have seen many women fail at smaller things than what your husband has asked of you. I have seen many fail at smaller things than what you have done already, of your own choosing in this house. The boy will live. He will live because of you as much as because of your husband. I would like you to know that I know it." He sipped his wine. He did not look at her again that night. He left Winterfell the next morning at first light. He did not say goodbye to Catelyn, but he stopped at the gate and turned, and lifted his small brown hand in a small, careful gesture that was not a salute and was not a wave but was a thing in between. And Catelyn, from the steps of the keep, lifted her hand back. She thought about what he had said for the next month. She did not understand all of it. She did not, yet, know what Howland Reed had seen at the Tower of Joy or what he had seen on a road 8 days before. She knew that Howland Reed had said the words because Howland Reed had thought she needed them, and that Howland Reed was a man who did not say a single word he had not thought he needed to say, and that the words had been chosen carefully, and that the part of the words she had not understood would, in time, become clear. She would, in fact, come to understand them in 3 years. She did not yet. In the late summer of Jon's 7th year, Catelyn took him aside. He had been playing at swords with Robb in the yard. He had been hit on the cheek, and the cheek had bled and the bleeding had stopped. And Catelyn had come down from the gallery and called him to her with a clean cloth and a basin from the kitchen. And he had come without question and sat on the low stone bench by the wall where the household washed up before meals. And he had let her wash his cheek without flinching when the salt of the water touched the open part. She did not speak while she washed his cheek. She did not speak when she had finished. She put the cloth back in the basin. She put the basin on the bench. She sat down beside him on the bench. He looked up at her with the gray eyes that did the thing she had stopped trying not to see. "Jon," she said, "my lady, do not call me that today. Today you may call me Lady Stark. I want you to listen to me." "Yes, Lady Stark." She took a breath. "You are 7 years old," she said. "You are old enough to be told a thing. Are you listening?" "Yes, Lady Stark. You are not to be sorry for yourself in my house," she said. "Not for any reason you have or have not been given. You are a child of this keep. You are eating my bread, and you are sleeping in my chambers, and you are training in my courtyard. The thing that happens between you and me is not your concern. It is mine, and it is your father's, and we are both old enough to manage it. You are not to be sorry for yourself about it. Do you understand?" He looked at her a long time. He did not say yes at once. She had not asked him to. She had asked him whether he understood. "Yes, Lady Stark," he said. He paused. "I think I do." "You will not always," she said. "I do not promise you that you will always. I promise you only that you will not be cruelly used by anyone in my house, and that the thing between you and me will not become a thing between you and Robb, or you and Sansa, or you and Arya, or you and the small son who will be born to me in 2 months. He looked at her in surprise. She had not told him about Bran yet. She had told the children in her solar 2 days before. She had thought it was a thing he had been told. He had not been. She filed the noticing of it for later anger at Septa Mordane and at her own house and went on. "You understand," she said. "Yes, Lady Stark. And you will not ever be sorry for yourself about it." "No, Lady Stark." She nodded once. She started to stand. She did not stand. She sat back down on the bench. She did not know at that moment why she did not stand. She put her hand on his hand. His hand was warm. It was warm in the way she had stopped pretending she was not noticing 4 years ago. It was warm, and her own hand was cooler, and the warmth came up under her palm in a slow, steady way that did not change with the wind in the yard or the angle of the sun. She did not move her hand for a moment. He did not move his. She lifted her hand off his. "You are a good boy, Jon," she said. She said it in the small, flat voice she had decided to say it in, because she had decided that if she said it, she would say it that way and not let him see any other thing in it. She stood. She picked up the basin. She walked away across the yard with the basin in her hands. She did not look back. He did not say anything to her about it. He never did. Not in 7 more years of meals at her table and lessons in her corridors and feasts and harvests and name days. And she did not say anything to him about it either. But the next morning he brought her, in the corridor outside her solar. a small wildflower he had picked at the edge of the godswood, and he gave it to her without saying anything. And she took it from him without saying anything, and she put it in the small clay vase she kept on the writing desk in her solar, and she did not throw it out for 9 days. She watched it dry on the desk and not be thrown out. She did not throw it out because she could not, in the end, quite bring herself to. She did not love him yet. She knew she did not love him yet. She knew also that something in her had moved in the courtyard, and that whatever in her had moved would keep moving, and that she had begun a thing she was not going to be able to stop. She did not tell Ned about the flower. She did not need to. He saw it on her writing desk the next time he came into her solar, and he did not say anything to her about it either. But he stood at the desk for a moment longer than he usually stood, and he put his hand on the back of her chair as he passed, and she did not move her shoulder away from him. And he went out, and she sat at the desk for some time after that with her hand on the small dry flower and did not cry. She had not cried about John in 7 years. She did not cry now. She came close. Outside the solar window the wind was at the southern shutters again. Snow was falling in the yard. It was falling on the heads of the household and the shoulders of the guards at the gate. Rob had run out into it, somewhere out of sight, and was laughing. John was with him. Catalin knew John was with him without having to look. The snow was falling on Rob. The snow was falling on the gate guards. The snow was falling, no doubt, on John's hair and not on the back of John's neck. She turned away from the window. She turned back. That, she would think afterward, was the small change she had been working toward for 7 years. She turned away. She turned back. She did not look away from the boy in the yard, and she did not pretend she did not see what she was seeing, and she did not pretend she did not love him a little, in a way that was not the way she loved her own. She watched him in the snow. She watched the snow not catch on his neck. She did not look away. It was a small thing she had given him, smaller. Chapter 5. The granary. John was 10, and he had been keeping a count for some years. The count was a private one. Meister Lewin would have approved of it as a discipline, had he known about it. Lewin had been teaching the older Stark children the principle of recording observations since they had been old enough to write, and John had taken to it the way Rob had not. The count was not a list of measurements. It was a list of moments in which Jon Snow had noticed that something about him was different from his brothers and sisters, and had decided not to ask anyone in the household about it. He kept the count in his head. He had not written it down. He had been careful not to write it down. He was now, on the morning of his 10th name day, at 112. Some of them were small, the chamber being warm, the kennel dogs, the snow on his neck. Some of them were less small, the corridor stones in his 6th winter, which he did remember, the way Rob's fever had stopped going up when he had walked into the room, the way Lady Stark had touched his hand the day she had told him not to be sorry for himself, and the way she had not said anything about how warm his hand was when she would have, if it had been Sansa's hand. He had a theory. He had had a theory since he was 8. He had not told his theory to anyone. His theory was that there was something the matter with him, and that his father knew about it, and that Lady Stark knew about it, and that Meister Lewin knew about it, and that none of them had told him because they were waiting for him to be old enough to be told. He thought old enough probably meant 15 or 16. He thought he could stand to wait. He thought, with the careful, patient self-control that had become the shape of him, that he was good at waiting. He had not, on his 10th name day, learned that this would stop being true that afternoon. Theon Greyjoy was 13, and he was a ward of Lord Stark, and he disliked Jon for reasons Jon found tedious. The reasons were 2. The first was that Jon was good with a wooden sword, and Theon was very good with one. And Theon did not like the idea that he had been very good for years, and Jon had become good in 6 months, and that the gap between them was closing. The second was that Theon was a hostage who had been told he was a ward, and that he was the heir to an island kingdom that called itself a kingdom, because it had not yet realized it was not one, and that he was 13 years old, and the proud son of a man Lord Stark had defeated in battle, and that he had to live in a castle where every grown man at the high table had been on the winning side of the war that had broken his family. Theon had a great many feelings about all of this. He did not have an outlet for them that he was allowed to use. He used Jon Snow, who was bastard-born and could not strike back at him without consequence, and who was younger by 3 years. Jon understood this. He had understood it since he was 8. He had decided, around the time he was 8, that he would not give Theon a thing to use because he had a count to keep, and he did not want any line of the count to involve Theon. He took the mockery, mostly. The morning of his 10th name day, Theon came into the small lower yard where Jon was practicing alone, an hour before breakfast, with a wooden longsword Sir Roderick had cut him from oak the year before. And Theon was holding a small clay cup with a ribbon tied around the handle. And Theon was grinning. "A name-day gift," Theon said. Jon did not stop the drill he was at. He had been working through the 8 form against an imaginary opponent who was a head taller than he was, because Sir Roderick had told him that he would always be a head shorter than the men he had to fight, and that he had better learn to fight a head shorter. And Jon had decided that the drill was the one to do until he could not bring his arms up. "Theon," he said without looking. "I made it," Theon said. "I am not very good at making things. I made it anyway. I had to ask the steward where to find clay. He looked at me. It was a long look." Jon swung the sword. He turned. He came back through the 8 form on the other side. "I made it for you," Theon said, "because I felt on your 10th name day that I had been remiss. We have known each other a long time, Snow. I have been unkind." Jon stopped the drill. He stood the sword on its point, in the small, careful way Sir Roderick had taught him to stand a sword on its point, and looked at Theon. "You have been unkind," he said. "I have. You want me to take the cup. I would like you to take the cup." Jon held out his free hand. Theon gave him the cup. The cup was warm. The cup had been warm in Theon's hand. Jon noticed that the cup had been warm in Theon's hand, because the warmth had been the wrong kind. And the wrong kind meant that whatever was in the cup was not the small warmed cider Theon had made it sound like. And Jon's count of the things he had noticed about himself had also taught him, somewhere along the way, that he could tell a heat by its quality. The cup was the kind of warm a thing was when something had been done to it by a forge or a fire or by Jon's hand, and Theon's hand was not Jon's hand, and Theon did not have access to the forge at this hour. Which meant that the cup had been warmed somewhere else by something else, and the something else had not been long ago. Jon held the cup at arm's length. He looked at Theon. "What is in it?" he said. "A pleasant thing." "What? Open it." Jon did not open it. He turned the cup. The ribbon on the handle was clean. The clay was the same on every side. The cup had a lid. The lid was tied down with a second ribbon. He could smell, very faintly, the smell of a thing he had smelled twice in his life, both times in the kennels, both times when one of the older hounds had been brought up to be put down at the end of his life, because his teeth had gone or his hips had gone. It was a smell with no name in the household, but every man and boy in the kennel had known it without being told what it was. Theon was watching him. Theon was watching him with the careful blankness of a 13-year-old who had thought up a piece of cleverness and was watching its consequences. And the careful blankness was a little less careful than Theon thought it was, because there was a faint quirk at the corner of Theon's mouth that he had not yet managed to learn to suppress. Jon held the cup low. He turned, in the small ceremonial way Sir Roderick had taught the boys to turn, and he set the cup down on the rim of the well at the south end of the yard. "Thank you," John said. "Are you not going to drink it?" "At supper," John said. "Now," Theon said. "At supper," John said. "It is a name-day gift. I will drink it among the household. I will name you the giver." Theon's face did the small thing it did when a piece of cleverness had not landed. "Among the household," he said. "Yes. It would be a pity for it to spoil, the cider in it. Cider does not spoil in a stone cup in a half-day." "Snow," said Theon Greyjoy, John said. They looked at each other across the small lower yard. The sun was coming up over the eastern wall. The light was on Theon's hair, which was the color of a copper kettle, and on John's hair, which was not. John had the longsword in his right hand. Theon had nothing. Theon, after a moment, smiled. It was not the smile he had been wearing. "A jest," Theon said. "I would not really a jest." John said. He picked up the cup off the well rim. He carried it with both hands now over to the small midden by the south wall where the kennel master tipped the night's oils. He appended the cup into the midden. He shook the cup. He set it down on the stone. He came back across the yard. He did not look at Theon as he came back. He went back to the 8 form. Theon stood in the yard another minute. Then Theon left. John worked the drill for another half-hour. He did not stop until Sir Roderick came down the stair at the change of the watch and looked at him and said it was time for breakfast. John nodded. He racked the wooden sword. He went up the stair to wash. He did not tell anyone in the keep about the cup. He did not tell his father. He did not tell Robb. He did not tell Lady Stark. He did not tell Maester Luwin. The count in his head went up a line 113. The cup at the well rim, the smell out of the kennels. And the line was filed where the other 112 had been filed, and the day went on. He thought, washing his face at the basin, that he should have hit Theon Greyjoy with the wooden sword. He thought, drying his face, that he had been the better man not to. He thought, on the way down to the great hall, that he was 10 years old, and that he was tired of being the better man, and that there was a thing in him he had not yet looked at directly, because looking at it directly was something he had decided not to do until he was older. He thought he might have to look at it sooner. He sat down at the trestle table at the lower end of the hall, where the older bastards and the wards and the second sons of the household ate, and he ate his porridge. And he watched Theon Greyjoy at the upper end of the hall eat his porridge with the small, careful, blank face of a 13-year-old, who had not yet decided what story he was going to tell at the high table about a cup that was no longer in his hand. The fire began in the granary at the 2nd hour after midday. John was in the yard with Robb when it began. They had been at the wooden sword since the meal. Sir Roderick had been with them. Sir Roderick had been called inside for a question from the steward. Sir Roderick had not yet come back. Theon was not in the yard. Theon, John thought afterward, had been notably not in the yard. The smell came first. John, who had account of small heats and the qualities of heats, knew the smell from the lower yard the way a man knows the smell of his own kitchen. Grain smoke. It was the smell of stored barley taking heat and going up. He turned. He looked over Robb's shoulder at the south end of the keep. Smoke was coming up over the south wall. The smoke was coming up in a single column. The column was very narrow. The column was the column of a fire that had been started small and was not yet big. It was the column of a fire that was about to be very large. "Granary," he said. Robb turned. "Father," Robb said. "Go," John said. "Get him. Get Sir Roderick. Get water." Robb dropped his wooden sword and ran. Robb ran across the upper yard between the inner gate and the smithy and shouted to the smith, and the smith shouted to the undersmith, and the undersmith ran. The smith ran. The cry went up. The cry went up the way it had gone up at Winterfell 6 years before, when the bakehouse had nearly gone up. And John knew, by the way the cry was rising, that men would be in the south end of the keep within 2 minutes with buckets. He did not have 2 minutes. He did not know how he knew. He knew. He ran. He ran down the corner stairs that came out beside the granary, and he came out on the lower yard at the corner of the south wall, and the granary door was already smoking. The granary was a low, long building of stone and thatched roof and oak doors, and the doors were closed, and the smoke was coming around the doors at the top and along the seam where the doors met. The fire was inside. The fire would come out around the doors in another minute. The thatch above the doors would go up at about the same time. He stopped on the path. He stood 10 yards from the doors and looked at them. There was a child in the granary. He did not know how he knew. He knew the way he had known about the smoke. The child was Bran. Bran was 3. Bran was the kind of 3 who had been climbing things for 6 months and could be found, on any given afternoon, in the kind of place no one had thought to look. Bran was in the granary. Bran had gone in to climb the grain sacks, perhaps half an hour ago. Bran had perhaps started the fire himself, perhaps with a candle, perhaps with something else. John would never afterward know which. The how did not matter. The fact mattered. He went to the door. He did not, on the path between the corner stair and the granary door, have a plan. He did not have a thought he would later remember. He did not pray. He did not, Lady Stark's word, be sorry for himself or for any of it. He did the thing the Count in his head had been telling him for 2 years he was going to have to do at some point, and he did it without thinking about it, and he kicked open the granary door. The fire was inside. The fire was at the far end of the granary, in the cornering of the sacks at the back of the long room. The fire had been going for a quarter hour and had been going slow because grain smolders before it lights, and the fire was now reaching for the thatch above, and was, by John's reckoning, 20 seconds from going up into a thing no man would walk into without dying. Bran was at the front of the granary, behind the 3rd sack from the door, asleep. He had crawled in to climb, and he had not climbed, and he had instead sat down between 2 sacks where it was warm, and he had gone to sleep. He was 3. 3-year-olds did this. He had a smear of barley flour on his cheek, where he had fallen asleep with his face against the sack. He did not yet know there was a fire. John went in. He went in, and the fire at the back of the granary did the thing he had been almost expecting it to do, and the heat in the air came around him and did not come onto him. The grain smoke was thick. He did not breathe it the way a man would have breathed it. His mouth was dry. His throat was not closing. He came across the floor of the granary in 3 steps, and he put his hands under Bran's arms, and he lifted his brother. Bran did not wake. Bran would not wake until he was being carried out into the yard. John turned with Bran in his arms. The fire at the back of the granary had moved. It had moved while he was lifting Bran. It had come up the south wall and along the top of the back of the long room, and the thatch above his head was now beginning to take. And the door he had come through was a long way away through smoke he should not have been able to see through, and he had a child in his arms. He thought, in the small, clean part of his mind that he had decided to use only when there was no other tool. I have not used it. I have never used it. I do not know that I can use it. I will need to use it now. He walked toward the door. The fire at the back of the room did not follow him. The fire above his head in the thatch did not come down. The smoke around his face moved, in a slow, careful way that was not the way smoke moves, and it parted, and he walked through the parting and out the door of the granary into the yard with his brother in his arms, and behind him, in the same second. The thatch over the granary door went up at last in a long, bright crack, and the inside of the granary went up after it. He stepped out into the yard. He turned with Bran in his arms. Meister Lewin was at the bottom of the lower yard stairs with a bucket. Meister Lewin was not running with the bucket. Meister Lewin was standing on the lower step with the bucket in his hand and not moving, and he was looking at John, and he was looking at John's hair, and he was looking at the back of the cloak John had thrown on after breakfast that morning. The cloak was singed at the collar. The cloak was burned around the bottom hem. The cloak was scorched along the left forearm. The cloak was, in every place a piece of fire had touched it on the way out of the granary, a thing of damage. John's hair was untouched. John's hands were clean. John's face had no soot on it. Bran in his arms, who had been an inch closer to the burning thatch than John's hair had been, had no soot on him either. Maester Lewin's bucket sat on the lower step. He had not yet moved. Behind Lewin, on the higher step, Hullen the kennel master had come up at a run, and the smith had come up at a run, and 4 of the household guard and Sir Roderick with a long staff he had grabbed off the wall of the smithy, and behind them all, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell in his shirt-sleeves. With his hand on the hilt of a sword he had not drawn, they had all stopped. They were looking at John. They were looking at the cloak. They were looking at the hair. They were looking at the boy in John's arms, who was beginning to wake now and was beginning to cry. And they were looking at the granary behind John, which was now thoroughly on fire, and was beginning to throw out a heat that John could see in the air between him and the men on the steps. The heat reached him. The heat went around him. He could see this in the air. He did not know whether the other men could see it. He had not known until that moment that anyone could see it. He had thought the warm places in his life had been warm only to him. He held Bran tighter. He walked across the yard. He brought Bran to his father. Ned Stark took Bran out of John's arms. Ned Stark held his son and ran his hand along the small back and looked, in the careful way a father looks at a thing he has nearly lost, at the small face, and the small face was unharmed. Bran was crying now in the loud, sustained way a child of 3 cries. Bran was alive. Ned Stark, with Bran in his arms, looked at John. He looked at John a long time. He did not say anything. Maester Lewin had picked up his bucket. The smith and the undersmith had begun to put the granary fire out. 6 other men of the household were coming down the lower yard with more buckets, and a chain was forming from the well, and the work of putting out a granary fire was beginning. Ned Stark did not move. John did not move. Ned Stark, after a long count, turned. He carried Bran past John, up the lower step, past Maester Lewin and into the keep. He did not say anything to John as he passed. He did not say anything to Maester Lewin. He did not say anything to anyone in the yard. Maester Lewin stood on the step another moment. Then Maester Lewin came down the step toward John. John stood in the yard with the singed cloak on his shoulders and watched Maester Lewin come. Maester Lewin took John into his chamber that afternoon. He shut the door. He sat John down in the wooden chair by the hearth. He poured a cup of water and pressed it into John's hand. He did not say anything for some minutes. He sat down in the other chair, which was his own, and looked at John, and John looked at him. "You will tell me," Maester Lewin said, "if you are hurt." "I am not hurt, not anywhere, your throat." "Not my throat, Maester, your eyes." "Not my eyes." Maester Lewin nodded once. He drank from his own cup of water. He set the cup on the table beside him. "John," he said, "Maester, there are things about you," Lewin said, "that you have noticed." John looked at him. Lewin held his gaze. Lewin had been John's tutor for 10 years. Lewin had not, in those 10 years, said this sentence aloud to him, and John had not, in those 10 years, said it aloud to Lewin, and the unsaying of it had been the agreement between them, and they were now ending the agreement. "There are things I have noticed," John said. "You have been counting them." "I have." "You have not written them down." "No, Maester." "That was wise." "Thank you, Maester." Maester Lewin smiled in a small, careful way that did not have very much warmth in it, but did have a thing very like pride in it. "You will not, today, tell me what you have counted," he said. "You will not tell anyone what you have counted. You will, in another year or two, tell your father and me what you have counted, and we will tell you in our turn what we know. Until then you will keep counting, and you will keep the count to yourself. Yes, Meister. There is a thing your father will tell you tonight, Lewin said. I do not know what he will tell you. I know he will tell you something. You will listen to him. You will do what he asks. You will be careful. Yes, Meister. Meister Lewin stood. He went to his shelf where his books were arranged in the order of his own private system, and he took down a small book bound in brown leather, and he laid it on the table beside John. This is not for you, he said. Not yet. You are not to read it. I have set it on the table because I want you to know it is there. In a year or 3, when I think you are ready, you will read it. Do you understand me? Yes, Meister. Go, Lewin said. John stood. He drank the rest of the water. He left the cup on the table beside the small brown book he was not to read. He went out of the Meister's chamber. He went down the corridor. He went out into the godswood, because the godswood was where his father had been going on the bad days for 10 years, and his father, on this afternoon, would be in the godswood. His father was in the godswood. Ned Stark sat under the heart tree with his hands on his knees, and his shoulders bowed in the small private way he kept for the godswood. And he did not look up when John came through the gate, because he had heard John come, and he was waiting for John to walk to him without being called. John walked to him. He stood a yard from his father. Ned looked up at last. Sit, he said. John sat on the cold ground at the foot of the heart tree with his back against the trunk. The bark of the heart tree was cold. The palm of his hand, which he had laid against the bark without quite thinking, was warm. He noticed it. He pulled his hand back. He sat on the cold ground and looked at his father. Ned did not say anything for a long count. Then Ned said, "There are men in the realm who would kill you for what you are." John waited. "I will not tell you tonight," Ned said, "what you are. I will tell you that I know. I will tell you that there are 3 of us who know, myself, Meister Lewin, Lady Stark, and that there is a 4th who knows, who is not in this keep, and who is also to be trusted. I will tell you that there are not many other people in the world who know, and that the people who do not know are not to learn, not from you, not from your brothers, not from your sister, not from the Greyjoy boy, not from any servant, any guest, any traveling singer, not from any man at all. Do you understand me, John?" "Yes, father." "You will not use," said Ned, "the thing you used today." "I did not use it, father. It used itself." "Then it will use itself again," Ned said. "And you will not let it. You will learn not to let it. You will work at it. You will work at it every day. You will work at it the way you work at the 8th form in the yard. You will work at it more than you work at the 8th form. Do you understand me?" "Yes, father." "Every man who saw you walk out of the granary today," Ned said, "is a man I will speak with tonight. I will speak with them not as their lord but as their friend. I will tell them what they saw was a trick of the smoke and the light, and they will tell me that, yes, my lord, of course, my lord, it was a trick of the smoke and the light. I will believe them when they tell me this, because they are men who have served this house for 30 years, and because they know what it would cost the house if they did not say what I am asking them to say. They are my friends. They are not your friends. They are not friends of any son of mine who is not Robb. Do you understand me?" "Yes, father." "Theon Greyjoy was not in the yard. He was not. Theon Greyjoy will hear about this within the day." "Yes, father. You will not speak to Theon about it. You will not speak to anyone about it. You will go on as you have gone on. You will be the boy you have been. Do you understand me?" "Yes, father." Ned looked at him a long time. He did one thing then that John would remember the rest of his life, because his father had not in 10 years done it before. Ned Stark put out his hand. He put it on John's shoulder. He kept it there a long count. He did not say anything while it was there. Then he stood. He went out of the godswood, leaving John at the foot of the heart tree, with the cold bark at his back and a warm palm he kept off the trunk. The flower Lady Stark had kept on her writing desk had been dry for 2 years now. It had not been thrown out. John did not know this because John had never been in his stepmother's solar and would not be, and did not particularly think about her solar. He had been keeping a count. He added a line to the count that night, sitting on the edge of his bed with his knees drawn up. He did not write it down. He thought it, line 114. The granary, line 115. His father's hand on his shoulder. He thought, in the dark, that the second one was the more important. He thought also that he was 10 years old, and that he had been told a thing he had been waiting 6 years to be told, and that he had not been told it in full, and that he would now be waiting some number of years more for the rest. He thought this without complaint. He had been counting in the dark for as long as he had been counting, and he was good at waiting. He went to sleep. He dreamed in red. He had been dreaming in red for as long as he had been dreaming. He did not, this night, tell anyone in the morning what he had dreamed, because there was nothing in the morning he had not told anyone in the years before this one. The dream was the dream he had always had. The red was the red of a wing he had never seen, and the wing was attached to a body he had never seen, and the body was in a place he had never been. And the dream did not end with him riding the wing, and the dream did not end with him falling from the wing. The dream ended the way it always ended. The dream ended with him watching the wing go on without him, going somewhere far, going east, going across a long water and going home. He woke. He did not move from the bed for some time. He did not yet know the name of what he had been dreaming of. He would learn it in 4 years. Chapter 6. The torch in the corridor. John was 14 the year the king came north. He had spent 4 years since the granary, learning to be a boy who did not draw notice. He had been good at it. He had been good at it because he had a count in his head and a discipline of waiting, and because his father had spent 4 years on him in the way a man works at a piece of armor he is fitting for a son who will outgrow it. Patient, slow, careful, returning to the same seam again and again, never letting anyone fitting last long enough to draw a complaint. Ned had taught John the discipline of not noticing the way he had taught Rob the longsword and Bran the short bow and Arya to ride. He had not taught it with words. Words were not what the discipline asked for. The discipline asked for hours. It had asked for hours every day for 4 years. John had given them. He had learned to wake in the cold of his chamber in the deep winter mornings and feel the cold on his skin without giving it back, the way Sir Roderick had taught him not to give back the bite of a wooden sword on his shoulder until the bite was done. He had learned to sit in the rear of the hall at supper and not look at any candle that was too far from a draught. He had learned, when the kennel dogs whined at his passing, to slow his pace so that no one in the south yard would notice that they had whined. He had learned, when snow fell, to pull up his hood. He had not stopped having the warmth in him. He had learned to hold it in. He thought of it, in the small private way he had begun to think of it after the granary, as a fire in a banked hearth. The hearth was him. The fire was what he had been born with. The bank was something he placed on it every morning, the way the household servants placed ash on the hearths of the keep in the night so that the coals would not burn out and would also not catch the rugs. He banked it. He banked it every day. He had not yet noticed that the bank was getting harder to keep. The royal column came up the King's Road on the 2nd day of the new moon, and John stood in the upper yard with his brothers and his sister and his stepmother. And he watched the gate of Winterfell open in the slow, ceremonial way. It had opened the day his father had come home from the south with him in a wet nurse's sling, 14 years before. He did not know it had opened that way for him then. He did not, in fact, think of it as he watched. He thought about the column. The column was 300 riders, 60 wagons, 200 household, 8 banners, and one fat king who came at its head on a black destrier that should have been a courser if anyone in the south had told the king the truth about his weight. Robert Baratheon came through the gate. Jon had only ever seen the king in description. He had heard since boyhood that the king had been the great warrior of the realm, that he had killed Rhaegar at the Trident with a single blow of a warhammer, and that the rubies had come off the prince's armor into the water, and that the king had stood in the river afterward and laughed. Jon had no thoughts about Rhaegar. Rhaegar was a name in a song. Jon had thoughts about hammers because he had been studying the weapon in Sir Roderick's yard for some months. He looked at Robert. The king was heavier than the songs had told him. The king had a long beard the color of iron. The king had a face that had been a handsome face, perhaps once, and was now a face on a heavier face, with the lines that came from drink at the eyes and the lines that came from laughing at the mouth. And underneath, the lines, a set of bones that any man could see, was the set of the bones of a man who had once been the foremost fighter of his age. The king swung down off the horse with the heavy grace of a man who has known he was heavy for some years, and has decided not to be embarrassed about it. The king embraced Lord Eddard. The king's hands on Ned's shoulders looked like a man clapping a brother on the shoulders. Jon, who had been told a great deal about the king and Ned, looked at the embrace and thought, in the new sharp part of his mind that had been developing without his quite meaning it to, that the king had not embraced Ned the way you embrace a man who has been your friend in the last 10 years. He had embraced Ned the way you embrace a man who used to be your friend, and who you are determined to embrace as though he still is. He filed it. He kept filing it through the long greetings that followed. The queen, in her green riding gown, gave the cold hand to Lady Stark. The heir, Joffrey, who had a face like the face on a coin and was 12, looked at the Stark children and dismissed them. The queen's twin, Sir Jaime in his white cloak, came down the column on the gold and cream destrier and dismounted and did not embrace anyone, and looked, when his gaze passed across the line of children, at Jon. He did not look at Jon long. He did not look at Jon longer than he looked at Robb or Sansa or Arya or Bran. He looked at Jon for as many seconds as he looked at any of them, but he did look at Jon. And as he looked, Jon, who had been working at not drawing notice for 4 years, felt, and it was the word, even though he had been told not to use the word in the count he kept, felt the man on the horse see something on him that did not belong on him, and he saw the man file it. Jaime Lannister was a man who filed things. Jon did not look back at him. He looked at his own boots. The boots had been polished at first light by a boy of 9 who had been told by Maester Luwin that he was to polish 3 pair of boots for the household before supper, and the boots gleamed. Jon looked at them and saw, very faintly, in the upper polish of the left boot, the small pale reflection of a man on a horse in a white cloak looking at him. Jaime Lannister rode on past the line. Jon did not look up until he had. The next 2 days were the slow stage of a royal visit, in which the king went hunting with Lord Stark, and the queen sat in the solar with Lady Stark, and the children played at swords in the yard with the king's heir and his brother, and Maester Luwin spoke at length with the king's Grand Maester. And the lower household worked themselves to a thinness preparing the 3rd night's feast. Tyrion Lannister was not in any of the places he was expected. Jon found him on the morning of the 3rd day in the library, which was the small upper room above the Maester's chamber, in which the household kept its 11 books, and the older Stark children kept their notes. Jon had come up the stair to fetch a parchment Maester Luwin had asked him to bring down. He had opened the door. He had stopped in the doorway. A small man in a brown velvet doublet, with a face Jon had been told stories of in the South Kennels, was sitting in Robb's chair at the long table reading the household's copy of Maester Aemon's Northern Roads. Tyrion Lannister looked up. He had a wineskin on the table at his elbow. The wineskin was uncorked. The bottom of the wineskin was on a small pewter dish in case the wineskin should leak and stain the table. The dish was Tyrion's. He had brought it with him into the library. "You are the bastard," Tyrion said. "I am Jon, my lord. Jon Snow." "Yes, my lord. Sit down." Jon hesitated. He had been told a great many things by his father about whom to talk to in the royal party and what not to say. And the imp had not been on his father's list, because no one in the keep had known where the imp would be on any given afternoon. And the question of what to say to the imp had been a question Ned had not yet had to plan for. Jon sat down. Tyrion poured wine into a cup. He pushed the cup across the table. Jon did not drink it. Tyrion did not, by his face, mind. "You are tall for 14, Tyrion said, "my lord. Or perhaps I am only an unreliable judge of tall, my lord. My lord, my lord, my lord. Snow, if you are going to call me my lord every other sentence we are going to have a tedious morning. Try a different word." "What word, my lord?" "Try my name. I do not know your name well enough to use it." Tyrion looked at him. Tyrion's eyes, mismatched, one green and one black, settled on Jon the way Sir James had settled on him in the yard 3 days ago, except that they settled differently. Sir James had looked at Jon and filed something away. Tyrion was not filing. Tyrion was looking. "You are clever," Tyrion said, "for a bastard. I have known a number of bastards. I have liked some of them better than my full-blooded relations. I will tell you, Snow, because you are a clever bastard who I am going to like. A thing that bastards in the world do not say aloud, and that bastards in the south of the world do not even let themselves think. My lord. All dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes." He said it without any particular weight. He said it as if he had said it a number of times in his life, and was at this point saying it the way one says a piece of common wisdom about the weather. Jon laughed. He had not expected to laugh. He had not laughed in 14 years in any way that had felt to him like a laugh that had been allowed. He laughed now. It was a short laugh. It was one short note of a laugh, the kind of laugh a boy lets out before he remembers that he has been told to keep his face still. He covered it with the back of his hand and looked down at the table. Tyrion grinned. "There," he said. "I have made the bastard laugh. I will count that as the great achievement of this trip. Have a sip of the wine." Jon took a sip of the wine. The wine was a dark Dornish red. Jon had not had wine of the south before. He had had the household ale and he had had a small cup of the household red on name days. The Dornish red was a different thing. It went down his throat and sat warm in his chest. Warm, he thought, instantly in the wrong way, because his chest was already warm, and he had spent 4 years learning not to add anything to the warm in his chest, and he set the cup down without taking another sip. Tyrion noticed. Tyrion noticed in the way Tyrion noticed things, which was the way a man notices things who has spent his life being noticed wrongly, and has developed a respect for the work. He did not say anything about Jon setting the cup down. He set his own cup down beside Jon's, and uncorked the skin again and topped up his own and did not refill Jon's and went on as if the not refilling had been the kindness which it was. "Where do you go from Winterfell?" Tyrion said, "my lord." "You, bastard Snow, where do you go? You are 14. You are too old to stay in this castle as a hanger-on of a half-brother who will inherit it. You are too well-spoken to be sent to the kennels. You will not be sent south, because Lady Stark's face when she looked at you across the yard told me her view on that. Where do you go?" Jon looked at him. He had not said it aloud to anyone. He had said it aloud the night before in his bed to himself. He had said it the way one says a thing one has decided on. He had been about to ask his father at supper that night. "The wall," Jon said. Tyrion's face did the thing it did. He picked up his cup. He drank slowly. He set the cup down. "You have thought about this," he said. "I have. For how long? 2 years. You will not like it." "I do not need to like it." "No," said Tyrion, "you do not. but you will like it less than you have thought you will. I have been to the wall. I have stood on it. I have used the privy at the top of it. I will tell you, Snow, that the wall is not what the songs and the histories have led you to think it is. The men there are not the men of the songs. They are old men with old weapons in a cold place, and the watch is not what it used to be. You are a clever bastard. You will be one of perhaps 6 clever men at the wall. You will be miserable there. John looked at his cup. I will go anyway, he said. You have a reason. I have a reason. You will not tell me the reason. No, my lord. Tyrion did not press. He looked at John another long moment in the way he had been looking before. Then he reached down to the bench beside his chair, where he had a small leather satchel, and he took out of it a book. The book was not from the library. The book was Tyrion's. He pushed the book across the table to John. A gift, Tyrion said. Not a name-day gift. A gift for a boy who has decided to go to the wall before he has been to the wall. Read it on the road. John picked up the book. The cover was leather, oiled, plain. He turned it so he could read the spine. The spine read in faint silver, a treatise on the dragons of old Valyria by Maester Tomax. John did not let his face do anything. He held the book in his hand. He looked at Tyrion. Tyrion looked back at him with the same eyes, and the look was no longer quite the same as it had been 10 minutes before. The look had become a thing that was, in a small way, a question. John decided not to answer the question. Thank you, my lord, he said. I will read it on the road. He put the book under his arm. He stood. He did not bow. He did the small, careful nod a bastard of the house gave a lord of any house, and he turned, and he went out of the library, and he did not look back at the small man at the long table, and he went down the stair to find Maester Luwin. And the parchment he had come for stayed on the long table beside Tyrion's wineskin, because he had forgotten it. Tyrion sat at the long table a long time after the bastard had gone. He drank slowly. He did not get up. He did not call after the bastard about the parchment. He looked at the door of the library and at the empty chair across the table from him, and he thought about the way the bastard had laughed once and then stopped laughing, and the way the bastard had not flinched at the title of the book, and the way the bastard had not refused the book either. Tyrion finished the cup. He poured another. That night was the 3rd night's feast. John ate at the trestle below the high table, which was where the bastards of the house ate at feasts, and he ate quickly, because the trestle was crowded and the wine on it was the household table wine, which he had been drinking for 4 years. And the talk on it was the talk of the bastards of the house and the wards and the lower stewards. He listened. He did not say much. He looked once, twice at the high table. The king was loud. The king was drunk. The king had been drunk for 2 days. The king, in being drunk, was the king. He laughed loudly. He hit Ned on the shoulder. He embraced his queen poorly and let her go quickly and embraced Lady Stark instead, who managed him with the same grace she would have used on a large dog she did not own. The queen sat at the king's left and ate small bites of small meats and did not look at her husband. Sansa, at 12, who had been moved up to the high table because the queen had asked for her at the last hour, sat between the queen and Joffrey, and Sansa had been told a great deal that morning by her mother about how to sit at a high table beside a prince, and Sansa was sitting beautifully. Sir James sat at Robert's right. Sir James did not look at John. Tyrion sat at the lower end of the high table beside Maester Luwin. Tyrion had a wineskin again. The wineskin was on a pewter dish. Tyrion talked easily with Maester Luwin, in the small ringing voice that carried across noise, and Maester Luwin was leaning toward him in the way he leaned toward anyone who had read more than he had, and Tyrion was charming. At some moment toward the end of the meat course, Tyrion looked down across the hall and his eyes met Jon's. Tyrion did the smallest possible thing with one eyebrow. Jon looked away. The corridor incident came at the 3rd bell after the meal. He had been excused from the hall by Lady Stark, who had given him a small dry look from across the room and a small clear nod, and he had come down off the trestle and gone out by the lower door, and he had walked along the lower corridor toward the side stair that led to his chamber. The corridor was dim. The torches in the corridor were the small, thin household torches that the corridor used at night, with the wicks dipped in the cheap tallow they made down at the lower kitchens. The torches had been burning, 2 of them at intervals of 15 paces, and John had been walking past them on his way to bed. He passed the first torch. He passed the second torch. The third torch ahead of him, set in its bracket on the wall, guttered. He did not, by training, look at it. He kept walking. He had been told by his father, in the 4 years since the granary, that any fire in his proximity that did anything a fire was not asked to do. He was to walk past without looking at, and to file the matter with his count, and to mention it to his father in the morning if it happened in a place where another man could have seen it. This was a place where another man could have seen it. The third torch ahead of him guttered. The fourth, 10 paces farther on, was already out. The corridor was dark at the far end. He had perhaps 8 paces to the lower stair on the right. A man was at the far end of the corridor. John did not see the man because the corridor was dark, and the man was standing in the corner where the corridor turned, and the man was wearing a dark cloak. The man was a Lannister guard. He had been posted by the Queen's captain of guard to the lower corridor to keep watch on the doors of the small chamber the Queen had been given, which was at the far end of the corridor along the side that did not have torches. He had been at the post for 2 hours. He had been bored. He had been about to leave the post when the torches had started doing what they did. He saw the third torch gutter. He saw the boy come down the corridor. He saw the third torch right itself. The torch rose. The wick straightened. The flame, which had been the size of a candle flame for a moment, came back to the size it had been a minute before. The fourth torch ahead of the boy, the one that had been out, took and was lit. The boy did not break stride. The boy did not look up at either torch. The boy did not look at the corner where the Lannister guard was standing in the dark. The boy turned right at the lower stair and went up the stair to the upper corridor. The guard stood in the dark another half-minute. Then he went up to his post at the Queen's door. He stood at the door another half-hour, until his relief came. He told his relief nothing. He came up the corridor to the small chamber that the Queen's captain of guard had taken for himself near the upper hall, and he stood at the door, and he asked the captain if he could speak. The captain was annoyed. The captain heard him. The captain went 20 minutes later to Sir Jaime. Sir Jaime was in the upper solar with Lord Tywin's letter from Casterly Rock on the table in front of him, which he had not yet decided how to answer. The captain came in. The captain told him what the guard had told him. Sir Jaime listened. He did not say anything for a long moment. He looked, in his head, at the line of children he had seen in the upper yard 3 days before. He saw Robb, who was Catelyn Tully's son and had Catelyn Tully's hair and Ned Stark's chin. And he saw Sansa, who was Catelyn Tully's daughter and was a copy of her mother at 12. And he saw Arya, who was 8 and looked like Ned's late sister Lyanna in a way Jaime would not have said aloud to Robert. And he saw Bran, who was 7 and had Robb's face. And he saw Rickon, who was 4 and was a child. And he saw the bastard. The bastard had a face that Jaime had not, until this minute, looked at twice. The bastard had a face that was, when you looked at it twice, not a Stark face. The bastard had the dark hair and the gray eyes and the long jaw and the strong nose, all of which the songs of the North would tell you were the markers of a Stark. The bastard also had something else in the cheekbone, a small fineness, a small extra length, that the songs of the North would not have called northern at all. Jaime had killed Aerys Targaryen 16 years ago with the Kingsguard cloak still on his shoulders. Jaime had spent 8 years in Ares's court before that. Jaime had eaten at the same high table as Rhaegar Targaryen for 8 years. Jaime had looked across that table at Rhaegar's face every supper night for 8 years. He knew the bone of the Targaryen face the way a man knows the bone of his uncle's face. The bastard had a touch of it. It was a small touch. It was the kind of touch a man would only notice if he were looking. Most men did not look at bastards. Jaime had not 3 days ago. The captain was still in the doorway, waiting. Did the guard see anything else? No, my lord. You will not say what he saw to the queen. You will not say it to the king. You will not say it to anyone in this household, including your own men. You will go now and tell the guard the same thing. If a single word of this reaches the queen, the guard will be returned to King's Landing in pieces, and you with him. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Go. The captain went. Jaime sat at the writing table with his father's letter from Casterly Rock unread, and he looked at the lamp on the table for a long time, and he did not, in the end, do anything with what he had heard, because he did not yet have a use for it. The bastard was at Winterfell. The bastard would stay at Winterfell. The bastard would not, at 14, become any of the things that Robert would have minded 14 years ago. And Robert was a different king now than he had been at 15, and Robert was leaving in 3 days. And a thing in a corridor at Winterfell that was not provable from one board guard at one board post would, if it became known, become a thing he did not control. Jaime, in the end, did the thing his father had taught him to do with information that was not yet useful. He filed it. He filed it deep. The royal party left Winterfell at first light on the 8th day of its stay. Robert came down the keep stairs without his crown, because Robert had not worn the crown in 3 days and had been more comfortable without it. He embraced Lord Stark on the front steps. He clapped Lord Stark on the shoulder. He laughed about a hunt and a boar Lord Stark had not yet been on. He said he would expect Ned in the south in a fortnight, because Ned was now his hand, and the hand of the king could not be 1,000 leagues away. Ned would go south. He had agreed. Robb would stay. Robb was the heir to Winterfell. Sansa would go south. Sansa was 12 and the queen had asked for her, and Sansa would be matched to Joffrey in time. Arya would go south. Arya was 8, and the going of her was a question Catelyn would manage on the road. Bran would stay. Bran was 7, and Bran had broken his leg climbing a tower the first day of the visit, and Bran was in the Maester's chamber. Jon would go to the wall. Jon had asked his father for it the morning after the corridor incident, and his father had nodded once, and his father had been 3/4 of an hour at supper that night with his Uncle Benjen, who had been in the keep for the king's visit, and Uncle Benjen had said yes. The column moved out of the gate. Jon stood on the high gallery and watched it go. He had not been at the gate for the leave-taking, because the leave-taking was for Lord Stark and Lady Stark and the heir, and not for the natural son. He had stood at the high gallery with his cloak around his shoulders, against the cold of the morning, and he had watched the column ride down the long road south. Halfway out, at the second bend, a small rider on a small horse turned in his saddle. The small rider lifted a hand. The hand was not a wave. The hand was a thing in between a wave and a salute. The hand was held for a long count and then was lowered, and the small rider turned again to face south, and the column went on. Jon did not lift his hand back. He stood at the gallery a long time after the column was out of sight. The snow fell in the upper yard. It fell on the steward who was hauling the gate closed. It fell on the porter at the foot of the gate. It fell on the back of Jon Snow's neck. It did not stay. He turned away from the rail. He went down to his chamber to pack. He had 3 things to pack: a cloak, a pair of boots, and a book in oiled leather with a faint silver title. He folded the cloak. He folded the boots. He picked up the book off the small chest at the foot of his bed. He did not yet read it. He put it in the bag. He would read it on the road north. Chapter 7. The old man in the tower, Tyrion Lannister, rode with them as far as the wall. He rode for reasons Jon did not press him on, and Tyrion told him reasons that Jon did not believe, and Tyrion knew Jon did not believe them. And the two of them rode for 16 days along the Kingsroad, in a comfortable agreement that the surface of the conversation was not the conversation. The party was 5. Tyrion had 2 Lannister guardsmen who rode at the back of the column and spoke to nobody. Uncle Benjen was at the front with his bay courser and his watch-black cloak. Yoren was a few yards behind Benjen, riding the wagon with 3 recruits in the wagon bed. 2 thieves and a man who had been a butcher in Lannisport and had killed somebody who had not been a customer. Jon rode beside Tyrion. Tyrion was, the second morning, an hour into a story about an ass-high chronicler's footnoted disagreement with the Citadel about the breeding habits of dragons. Jon had been listening for an hour and a half. There were 18 species by the chronicler's count, Tyrion said, and 42 by the Citadel's. The discrepancy was in the question of whether one counted by skull shape or by hide color, and the Citadel was a body of men committed to the former, and the chronicler was a woman committed to the latter, which is what the dispute really was. Have you read the book? I have, Jon said. 3 nights, 3 nights. You read fast for a bastard. I read fast for a man. You read fast for a man. Tyrion grinned. He took a small drink from the wineskin at his saddle. He did not offer it. Jon had refused it 3 times already, in the way Tyrion had clearly noticed and clearly enjoyed noticing. I expect you noticed the chapter on the line of Enar. I noticed. What did you notice? I noticed that the line of Enar is treated, by both the chronicler and the Citadel, as the line that came west when Valyria was about to fall, and that the dragons came west with the line, and that the dragons stayed with the line. I noticed that the chronicler's count of the species placed 3 of the 18 in the west of the world, and the Citadel's count placed 7 of the 42, and that neither of them found in any source a record of any of those western species ever having returned east. Going east is the question, Tyrion said. Is it? It is the question. Dragons, my friend, are not animals. Dragons are political. They go where their riders go. Their riders went west. Their riders are dead. The East has not had a dragon in 300 years. He took another sip. Which makes the question, which I now ask you, Snow, why are you reading about them? Jon did not answer at once. He had read the book in 3 nights, by candle in the small chamber at the side of each inn they had stopped at. He had read it once. He had read it a second time, slower, with a sliver of bone he had kept for marking lines. And at the end of the second reading, he had returned the sliver of bone to its small leather pouch, and lain on his back on the rope bed of the inn and thought. With the count in his head and the book on his chest, about what he had not yet told anyone. The book had told him a great many things. It had told him, in particular, the names of the small marks of the line of Enar, the marks of the bone of the face, the small qualities of the eye, the small thing that happened to the body in the cold and the warm. He had read those pages 4 times. Tyrion was watching him as he did not answer. I read about them, Jon said, because the South is interested in dragons, and I will be at the wall, and I will be at the wall for 40 years, and at the end of 40 years I will not have read very many new books. I would like to have read about dragons before I stop being able to. That is a poor lie, Snow. It is. Tyrion laughed. He laughed in a way that was not the king's laugh, and was not Theon Greyjoy's laugh, and was not any of the laughs Jon had heard at the high table in his life. It was the laugh of a man who knew that what he had just heard was a lie, and that the boy who had told it for a private reason, and that the private reason was a thing he, Tyrion, was not going to be told. Snow, he said, my lord, you will do well at the wall. You said I would be miserable. You will also do well, both things will be true. He looked at John a moment longer. He did not look long. He had developed the discipline of not looking long. Promise me a thing, my lord. When you have read all the books at the wall, and you will read them, Snow. You are the kind of clever bastard who reads all the books in any room he has stayed in for 6 months. You will write to me, at Casterly Rock or at King's Landing or at the Erie or wherever the wind has blown me. And you will tell me what was in them. I will write. You will not. I will. You will not write, because writing is a thing for which a bastard at the wall has very little parchment, and you will be saving the parchment you do have for letters to your sister. But I will pretend I believe you. Good morning, Snow. He kicked his pony into a trot. He rode forward to the wagon, where Yoren was teaching the butcher how to dress a hare he had snared during the night, and John rode the rest of the morning beside Uncle Benjamin and did not see Tyrion again until that night at the next inn. That was on the 8th day. By the 12th day they were in the Gift, where the small holdings of the wall lined the Kingsroad like beads thinning along a wire. By the 14th they could see the wall in the distance, a long pale line at the horizon. By the 16th they were inside it. Castle Black was smaller than John had imagined it. He had imagined it from songs, which was a poor way to imagine a thing. The songs had told him about a wall 700 feet tall, and a black gate, and the king beyond the wall coming with all his host out of the haunted forest. And John had taken the songs and constructed in his head an enormous fortress in the lee of the wall with high black battlements, and 1,000 cloaked rangers in the upper yard at any hour of the day. The castle in front of him was a cluster of stone buildings half collapsed at the foot of the wall. The wall itself was the wall. The wall did not need to be defended by the castle. The castle was the smallest thing at the base of an enormous pale shadow, and the buildings were tilted and patched, and the upper yard had perhaps 12 men in it, half of whom were leaning on practice posts. The men were not, by any measure, an elite. Uncle Benjamin had warned him. Tyrion had warned him twice. Yoren had warned him on the road. John had still not believed them until he was inside the gate. Lord Commander Mormont came down from the king's tower to greet them. He was a heavy old man with a black beard streaked with iron, and a black cloak heavier than any John had seen at Winterfell. He looked at Uncle Benjamin and shook his hand. He looked at Tyrion and inclined his head, in the small, careful way one bowed to a man whose father was the king's father-in-law's hand in the south. He looked at Yoren and grunted. He looked at the recruits in the wagon bed and grunted differently. He looked at John. He looked at John for an extra count. Stark's bastard, Mormont said. Yes, my lord, you ride well. Sir Roderick taught me, my lord. Of course he did, Stark's man. Mormont nodded once. Donal Noy will set you up. We will speak before you take your oath. Welcome to the wall. He turned and went back up to the tower. John watched him go. The Lord Commander walked with the slow, heavy walk of a man who had been a strong man for 40 years and was beginning to be only a strong-shaped man now. He went up the stair to the tower and disappeared at the top. A black raven on the railing outside the tower lifted off and croaked once and settled again. Donal Noy came down the yard. He was a one-armed man, with the empty sleeve pinned at the shoulder, and a face that had been beaten about by a forge for a long time before he had lost the arm. He looked at John. He took John's chin in his good hand and turned John's face to one side and then the other in the small assessing way a smith looks at a piece of iron he has been asked to evaluate for casting. You are a bastard, Noy said. Yes. You are not a man of the watch. You are a spoiled lordling who calls himself a bastard. I know nothing of the watch, sir, only what songs have told me. The songs lie, boy. Yes, sir. You will learn that they lie. Yes, sir. Noy let go of his chin. He pointed to the long building across the yard. Sleep there. Eat at the 3rd bell. Be in the lower yard at the 4th. Sir Alizer Thorne will train you. Sir Alizer will hate you. You will hate Sir Alizer. You will do what Sir Alizer tells you to do. If you live 3 months, we will speak again." "Yes, sir." Donal Noye turned and walked away. John went where he had been told. He did not look behind him at the gate. He did not look up at the wall. He had a discipline. He had learned to keep his head where it had been told to be. In the recruits' barracks that night, he met 3 men he would later count as friends, and one he would have to manage. Pip was a small mummers lad from south of King's Landing, who had been sentenced to the wall for picking a pocket of a man who turned out to be a Stannis Baratheon knight. He was the friendliest. Gren was a farm boy who had been sentenced for hitting a knight who hit his sister, and he was a thick, honest boy who would die before he failed John at anything John asked him for, although it would take John some months to know it. Sam Tarly was the third. Sam was older than John by 2 years, and he was fat, and he was clumsy with a sword and clumsier with a horse, and he was, John could see in the second hour after meeting him, by some long margin the most clever man in the barracks. He was also a man, John could see in the third hour, who had been broken in particular ways by his father at Horn Hill, and who was holding himself together at the wall by the kind of discipline a man develops when the alternative is to come apart. Rast was the man John would manage. He was a wolf's head from the Riverlands. He had been a brigand. He had killed 2 men and assaulted a third. He had been sent to the wall in lieu of being hanged. He was 23 and angry, and he saw John in the first minute as a lord's son who would get the soft places. And he settled on the question of how to put John in the harder places in a way that did not cost him another flogging. John spent his first night at the wall listening to Rast not sleep, 3 pallets over, and counting in his head the lines he had added to the count since the granary. He had added 31. He had a good count. He could count for a year and not run out of pages. He went to sleep at last in the 3rd hour. Sir Alizer Thorne was as advertised. Thorne had been a Targaryen man during the war, and Thorne had been at the watch for 16 years, and Thorne had carried the war on his shoulders for those 16 years, the way a man carries an old wound that has never healed. He was a sword master who had once been good. He was now bitter. He was bitter at his king, and his watch and his fellow brothers and the recruits he was given. And he was particularly bitter at the recruits who came to him from high-born houses, because the high-born houses had not, in his view, sent their best men. He named the recruits the morning of John's first lesson. Lord Snow, he said when he came to John, and that was John's name for as many days as John was in the lower yard with Sir Alizer. John did not mind it. He had been called worse by Theon Greyjoy. He did the drills. He took the blows. He gave them back when he was allowed to, and he gave them back hard, because Sir Roderick had not raised him to be a man who took without giving back. By the end of the 3rd week he had hit Rast twice, Pip once, Gren 3 times, and Halder, the stonemason's son, 4 times. He had not hit Sam, because Sam Tarly had cried the first morning under Sir Alizer, and John, by the 2nd morning, had begun the slow, careful work of standing between Sam and Sir Alizer and getting himself hit instead. The discipline of not noticing was different at the wall than it had been at Winterfell. At Winterfell, he had been working not to be noticed by people who saw him every day. At the wall, he was working not to be noticed by men who did not see him at all, and he found, by the 2nd sennight, that the work was easier. The cold of the air on the wall was a cold that lay heavier than the cold at Winterfell. It pressed on him in a way the southern cold had not. He could lean against it in his head in the way a man leans on a chair. The leaning held the warmth in him. He stood at the lower yard one morning and watched Rast and Gren at swords in front of him, and he did the leaning, and the cold pressed on him, and the warmth in him did not come up. He did not, that morning, think about it as a discipline. He thought about it as a thing the wall did for him. The wall held him. The wall pressed. The bank on the hearth held. That was the day he began to like the wall. He went to Eamon's Tower on the morning of his 34th day at the castle. He did not, when he went, know that he was going. Yoren had sent him with a small parcel that the Meister at the Shadow Tower had sent on through the line. Yoren had a parcel from each of the watch points he had passed on his way north, and Yoren had been at Castle Black with the day's parcels at the change of the watch. And Yoren had handed one to John and pointed up at the small stone tower at the eastern end of the yard. The Meister, 2 flights of stair, knock at the top. John knocked at the top. A boy of perhaps 13 opened the door. He had been a recruit, John knew, 2 years before John's arrival, and he had been kept on at the Meister's chamber because the Meister at the wall, who was very old and very blind, had taken a liking to him. The boy's name was Clydas. He had pale eyes the color of a stewed onion and a fast, nervous mouth and a memory that John would, in time, find useful. "You are Lord Snow," Clydas said. "I am John. Come in. He wishes you to come in." "I have brought a parcel. Bring it in." John stepped through the door. The chamber was warm. The chamber was warm in a way the rest of Castle Black was not warm, because the Meister at Castle Black was very old, and very old men needed their chambers warm, or they did not last the winter. There was a hearth at the far end, with a good fire in it, and there were 2 chairs by the hearth, one a high-backed wooden chair and one a small stool, and the high-backed chair had a man in it. The man had a white beard down to his belt. The man had no eyes. The man had the small white scars at the corners of the closed lids that a healer puts in the body of a man whose eyes have been removed for kindness. The man had a black robe and a black hood, and a chain at his neck with the long links of every metal a Meister forges, and he was, John saw, in the second look, older than any man John had ever stood in a room with. He was older than Old Nan. He was, by a margin John could not yet calculate, older than any man currently breathing in the 7 kingdoms. "Bring it to me, lad," the man said. His voice was the voice of a man much younger than his face. The voice was small and clear, and it had in it the small, careful Valyrian musicality of a man who had been schooled at the Citadel by tutors of the line of old Volantes, 60 years before. John brought the parcel. He laid it in the man's lap. The man did not, at first, open the parcel. He laid his hand on it. He laid the other hand on John's hand, which was still on the parcel, and he did not take his hand off John's, and he did not say anything. John did not take his hand away. A long count passed. John could hear, somewhere in the chamber, Clydas at a table at the far end, opening another parcel and setting out small tools, in the small obedient way Clydas worked when his master was working. John could hear the fire in the hearth. He could hear, very faintly, a raven somewhere up in the rookery above the chamber, calling a single low note. The Meister's hand was warm. His own was warm. The Meister's hand was warmer than the room had made it. The Meister's hand was warm in a way that did not match the Meister's age, and that did not match the Meister's stillness, and that did not match the long count of a man who was sitting in a chair near a hearth in a black robe. The Meister said, very quietly, "Your name?" "John Snow, Meister." "Your name?" "John Snow, Meister." The Meister did not press. He nodded once. He kept his hand on John's hand. "Your mother," the Meister said. "I do not know who my mother was, Meister." "You do not?" "No, Meister. You have not been told." "I have not." The Meister nodded again. He took his hand off John's hand. He patted the back of John's hand once. He laid his own hands, both of them, on the parcel in his lap. "Sit with me a little, lad," he said. John sat on the stool. He did not ask the old man why he had put his hand on John's hand, because he was a boy who had spent 14 years being asked things by his elders and giving them careful answers, and he had developed, around the careful answers, a discipline of not asking back. He sat on the stool and he looked at the hearth and he waited. The Meister opened the parcel. The parcel was a roll of parchment and a small wooden case. The case held a sliver of something that John could not see well in the firelight, perhaps a bone, perhaps a small piece of horn. The Meister did not open the case. He put his hand on the case for a long count, and then he set it aside on the small table beside his chair. "The cold here," said the Meister, "is hard for the old." "Yes, Meister. It is not, I think, hard for you." John did not answer. The Meister nodded again, in the small accepting way he had been nodding. "You will come back tomorrow," he said. "Kleidas will tell you the hour. You will sit on the stool. We will talk. You will tell me what you have read, and I will tell you what I have read, and we will be agreeable to one another. Will that suit you, Jon Snow?" "Yes, Meister." "My name," the Meister said, "is Eamon." John stood. He looked at the old man's blind face. The old man's blind face was turned toward him in the small, precise way the face of a blind man is turned toward someone he can hear. The face was a face John had not seen the like of in his life. It was a face that had been a face of bones long enough that any small fineness in the bone had been worn down. But the small fineness was still there, in the long jaw, in the high cheek, in the long, thin bridge of the nose. It was a face that had been, when it had been a face of meat and not of bone, the kind of face John had seen once before. In the small reflected polish of his own boot, 3 weeks ago at Winterfell. 2 days into a royal visit, with a man on a horse looking at him. He did not say anything. "Tomorrow, Jon Snow," said Meister Eamon. John bowed. John went down the stair. He did not look back. He kept his face still all the way across the yard. He did not, until he was at the door of the recruits' barracks, allow himself to do the thing his body had been doing under his shirt for the last 5 minutes, which was the slow rising of a warmth he had been banking for 4 years against any small flame in any small place. The warmth was not small. The warmth was rising. He had not, in the Meister's chamber, banked it. He had not had time. He had been counting in his head, and the Count had told him in the Meister's chamber, in the way the Count had been telling him things since the granary, that he had not today been told a thing yet. He had been seen. The two were different. He went into the barracks. He sat on his pallet. He put his hands on his knees. He banked the warmth. He banked it again. By the bell for supper it was held. He went to supper. That night, in the small chamber at the top of the Meister's tower, Aemon Targaryen did not sleep. He sat in the high-backed chair by the hearth with the small wooden case on his lap. He had not opened it. He had told Kleidas, after the boy from Winterfell had gone, that he wished to be alone, and Kleidas had banked the fire and brought him a cup of warmed wine and gone down to the lower chamber and shut the door. Aemon held the small wooden case. He had been alone at the wall for 55 years. He had held dragon blood twice in his life. He had held it the first time in his cradle at Summerhall, when his father had brought him into the world, and his mother had laid him at her breast. And he had held it the second time at a council of his order in King's Landing in the year before he had taken the chain. When he had stood in a chamber with 3 of his cousins, and the air in the chamber had been the air of a chamber with 4 Targaryens in it. And he had not, until that moment, known what such air felt like, and he had not, after that day, felt it again. He had felt it today. He had felt it through the back of his hand on the hand of a boy of 14, who had been raised in the north, and was called the bastard of Eddard Stark. Aemon Targaryen sat in the chair and did not open the case. He did not need to open the case. The case was the parcel he had been sending letters about for 2 years, and the parcel was a sliver of dragon bone. And the dragon bone was the proof of a thing he had been hearing rumors of from the east for some months, and the proof was no longer the thing he needed to see, because he had felt a thing in this afternoon that was worth 100 slivers of dragon bone. He opened in his head a list of names. He had been opening the list, in the past 2 years, more often than the list deserved. The list had on it a man in Pentos, and a man in Dorn who was a son of Doran Martell, and a Meister at the Citadel whom Eamon had known as a boy and who could be trusted in the small ways a Meister could be trusted, and one other person, who was not in any of the cities of the world and who was, by the latest reports, in the dry country east of the Dothraki Sea on a horseback that was not yet a throne. He thought, in the chair by the hearth, with the wine cooling at his elbow, that he had to be careful. He had been careful for 55 years. He could be careful another month, or another season. He could be careful as long as the boy in the lower yard was hidden in a black cloak, and surrounded by men who would not look twice at a 14-year-old recruit with the wrong fineness in the cheekbone. He could be careful while he wrote. While he wrote, he could write the 4 letters he had been writing in his head for 2 years, and he could send the 4 letters. The ravens flew on the long arc south through the Kingsroad's relay points, and from the Kingsroad to White Harbor, and from White Harbor on a Braavosi ship to Pentos, and from Pentos by road to the east, 1,200 leagues to the man in his head who was not yet in any city. He had been counting the leagues for years. They had not changed. He set the wooden case on the table beside the wine. He stood. He went to the writing desk. He took down a sheet of parchment, the small, thin parchment he used for the long letters, and he laid it on the desk, and he uncorked the ink pot. Clydas had laid out a fresh quill at his elbow. He took the quill. He wrote in the dark. He had been blind for 30 years. He had learned to write in the dark a long time before that. He wrote slowly. He wrote what he had been writing in his head for 2 years. He did not write the boy's name. He did not, in the letter, mention dragons. He wrote about an old wind. He wrote about a season turning. He wrote about a small thing in the cold that he had been waiting to feel, and that he had felt that day, and that he could not, in this letter, describe further. He wrote that the addressee should now consider himself, or herself, the second of 2, and not the only one. He wrote that the addressee would know by this what was meant. He wrote 4 such letters. He sealed each with green wax. The seal was a thing he kept in the bottom drawer of the writing desk. He had not used it in 55 years. The wax in the small pot had been replaced twice in that time, by Clydas, who did not know what was in the seal, because Clydas had been told never to look at the seal and had been a boy of sufficient discipline to obey. Eamon laid the 4 letters on the desk in a small, careful row. He stoppered the pot of wax. He put the seal back in the bottom drawer. He went to the small window of the chamber. He could not see out of the window. The window was a stone slit, and the night beyond it was the night beyond it, and there was a moon, and the moon was on the upper part of the wall, and Eamon could not see any of it. He stood at the window. He listened. He could hear, very faintly in the lower yard, a boy calling another boy a name. The other boy was laughing. The night was very cold. The boy in the yard was by his ear the one called Pip. The other boy, the one who had laughed, was the bastard. Eamon went back to the desk. He gathered up the 4 letters. He went to the door of his chamber and opened it and walked, in the careful, slow way he had been walking for some years, up the small, narrow stair to the rookery above the tower. At the rookery he handed the 4 letters to the dark, in which a man was sitting whom Eamon could not see and could hear breathing. The dark man took the 4 letters. The dark man would put them on 4 different ravens. The dark man would send the ravens at dawn. Eamon stood at the small window of the rookery in the dark. He could not see out of it. He stood at it anyway. He whispered, in the small, careful Valyrian he had been schooled in as a boy of 7 at Dragonstone, a single word. The word was not a name. The word was the small Valyrian word that meant the moment when a bank of coal, very far down in the embers, decides that it will not, after all, go out and turns instead, in the small, quiet way that coal turns, toward keeping itself alive. He went back down the stair. He went to bed. He slept. Chapter 8. The Pyre Daenerys Targaryen had not, before her brother had sold her, expected to be a woman who knew the names of the wind. She knew them now. The Dothraki had names for the winds in the way the free cities had names for their gods. One for each wind out of each season, and one for the wind that came twice a year that brought the rain, and one for the wind that came once in a generation, that the riders called the breath of the mare with no rider. She had been 3 months on the grass when she had begun to learn them, and the words had come into her mouth slowly, in the way her own tongue, the soft, careful High Valyrian her brother had taught her in the long, candle-lit rooms of Magister Illyrio's house, gave way to the harder roll of the Dothraki on her palate. She had thought, in the first months, that she would never be able to make the sounds. She made them now. She had been Khaleesi for a year. She had been wife to Drogo for a year. She had been carrying his son for 7 months, and the son had been called by the Migi in the camp the stallion who mounts the world. And she had learned, somewhere in the months of the carrying, that the Dothraki names for the winds were also, when you knew enough of them, names for things that were not winds. The wind out of the east, in the 3rd hour of the morning of the day her sun and stars fell off his horse, was not a wind. It was a quiet. She had been at the door of the great tent with a bowl of mare's milk in her hands. She had been watching her husband ride out at the head of his khalasar in the dust of the dry summer, and the khalasar had been going east, and the dust had been rising in the way it rose, and the 3rd hour had been the hour when the morning's heat began to take the edge of the air. And she had stood at the door of the tent with the bowl in her hands and watched, and the wind out of the east had gone quiet. It had not stopped. It had not changed direction. It had simply, for a length of time she did not measure, gone quiet, in the way a flute in a player's hand goes quiet when the player draws breath. She had not thought about it. She had drunk from the bowl, and the milk had been warm in her mouth, and she had carried the bowl back inside. That had been morning. By midday, her sun and stars had been on the ground. She would not remember, in later years, the long days between the fall from the horse and the pyre. She would remember pieces. The wound on Drogo's chest, which had not been a wound when she had bandaged it 3 days before, and which by the 2nd day was a thing the size of a man's palm. Mirri Maz Duur's hands working on the wound in the candlelight in the great tent, and Mirri Maz Duur's voice singing, which Daenerys had not understood and had not asked Jorah to translate. The Blood Riders standing at the door of the tent in the cold of the desert night, with their long araks across their shoulders, watching her with the long, careful eyes of men who had served Khal Drogo for 15 years, and were watching, slowly, to see what their Khal's strange wife was going to do. She would remember that her son had not been a son. She would remember that he had been a thing with wings and scales and a tail and her brother's face, and that the Migi had taken him from her in a bowl and out of the tent and into the dark, and that the Migi had told her, when she had next woken, that the price had been the price. She would remember that her husband had not died of the wound. She would remember that her husband had died of what the wound had cost the Migi to keep him alive, which was the breath behind his eyes, and that he had sat in the tent for a number of days with the breath in his chest and not behind his eyes, and that she had washed him every day, and that on the last morning of the last of those days she had pressed a pillow against his face for the time it had taken for the breath to stop in the chest as well. She would remember the pyre. She would remember the pyre with the clarity she remembered everything that mattered. Drogo had been laid on a bier of cedar in the lee of the cliff at the edge of the camp. The bier had cedar and oak and dry juniper from the upper pastures, and a single beam of dragonspone-colored hardwood Jorah had cut at her direction from a fallen tree 2 days' ride east. The bier was higher than a man's shoulder. The pyre around it was higher than the bier. The pyre had been built by the Blood Riders, who had built such pyres for 40 years for the calls of their fathers' generations, and the Blood Riders had stood back from the work when it was done, and had said nothing. Daenerys stood at the foot of the pyre at the 3rd hour after sunset. She had been bathed. She had been dressed in a black robe that Jorah had brought her from the trader Illyrio had left behind for her in Ves Dothrak. She had been crowned by Mirri Maz Duur, against Mirri Maz Duur's last protest, in a circlet of woven horsehair that had been Drogo's mother's. She had a torch in her hand. The torch was a long, oiled pine knot, the kind the Blood Riders used at the dawn vigils, and it was burning, and the fire on the end of it was the small, clean fire of pine in the dry summer night. She held the torch low. In her other hand, she held the 3 eggs. She had carried the eggs out of the tent in a basket. The basket was at her feet now. The eggs were in her arms, one black and red, one green and bronze, one gold and cream. She had been told, by every learned man who had ever been brought to her by Magister Illyrio in the candle-lit rooms of his house in Pentos, that the eggs were stone. The eggs had been stone for so many lifetimes of men that the stone of them had become the only thing the eggs were. She had been told that the dragons of old Valyria had not been born of eggs alone, but of a spellcraft no man living in the world remembered the words of, and that the eggs were beautiful and rare and worth a king's ransom, and were not, by any way of the world, going to hatch. The Blood Riders stood at the edge of the firelight in a wide half-circle. The Khalasar, what was left of it, stood beyond them. Jorah Mormont was 3 paces from her. Mirri Maz Duur was tied to a post at the eastern end of the pyre. The Migi was not screaming. The Migi had stopped screaming an hour ago, when Daenerys had finished what she had decided. Daenerys lifted the torch. She did not, with the lifting, say anything for some moments. She had thought, in the long, careful afternoon she had spent washing her husband and combing his braid and lacing his boots, that she would have something to say at the foot of the pyre. She had thought through what she would say. She had said it in her head, in the small, clear voice she had been schooled in. She had decided on a thing to say. It had been a clean thing to say. At the foot of the pyre, with the torch in her hand and the 3 eggs against her ribs and the half-circle of Blood Riders at the edge of the firelight, she did not say the thing. She said, instead, a sentence in a tongue not her own. She had not, that morning, thought she remembered any of the High Valyrian her brother had taught her in the candle-lit rooms of Illyrio's house. She had not used the language in 2 years. She had been a girl of 13 when her brother had last quizzed her in it. She had thought by now that she had lost it. She had not lost it. The sentence she said at the foot of the pyre was a sentence her brother had made her recite 100 times, on his knees beside her chair in the lower room of Illyrio's house, in the kind of careful drilling tone he had used when he had been beating her for forgetting. The sentence was an old line from the old Valyrian liturgy of the line of Enar. It was the line a Valyrian woman of the Dragonlord house had recited at the start of a working with a stone of the old eggs. It was a line her brother had told her, with the careful weight he had used to tell her things that he thought were important and that he thought she would not understand. He had said the line was the line that began the Song of Fire. She said it. She walked into the pyre. She did it slowly. She did it with her chin up and her shoulders down, and the torch in her left hand, and the 3 eggs in her right. And she walked between the long, high-standing logs of the pyre and into the heart of the bier, and she laid the eggs at her husband's feet. and she stooped at his side and laid her hand against his cheek and kept it there for a long count. And she did not weep, because she did not need to weep. And then she stood and stepped out of the bier and stood between two of the standing logs at the front of the pyre with the torch in her hand. She did not light the pyre with the torch. She turned. She walked back along the pyre toward Mirri Maz Duur. The Migi at the post saw her coming and did not, this time, scream. She laid the torch on the dry grass at the Migi's feet. She walked away from the pyre. She walked 5 paces. She turned. She looked at it. The fire at the Migi's feet caught the dry grass. The dry grass caught the lower logs of the pyre. The lower logs caught the upper caught the cedar. The cedar caught the oak caught the dry juniper. The juniper caught the beam of hardwood Jorah had cut from the fallen tree. The pyre went up the way a pyre goes up. It went very high. The fire was the color of the fire of a pyre, and then was a different color. It was, after the first minute, the color of nothing Daenerys had a name for. It was the color of the egg in her arms, when she had held it to a candle in the candle-lit rooms of Illyrio's house. When she had been 13, and her brother had been alive and angry at her for the 8th time in a day, and she had sat in the room with the eggs alone, and held them up against the flame and looked at the color. It was that color now. It was that color all the way up to the top of the pyre, where the smoke had begun to come out the seam between the logs, and it was that color on the back of Daenerys Targaryen's face as she stood 5 paces from the pyre and watched. The Blood Riders had stepped back. The Khalasar had stepped back. The half-circle had widened to a full circle, and the full circle had moved another 10 paces back, and Jorah Mormont was no longer 3 paces from her. Jorah had moved back too. He had not moved back because he had been afraid. He had moved back because he had been a knight long enough to know that the right place for a knight to stand when a thing was happening that he did not understand was a few paces away from the woman it was happening to. Daenerys walked into the pyre a second time. She did not, at the second walking, take the torch with her. She walked between the same 2 logs. The fire was on either side of her. The fire did not catch on her. She walked to the bier. She climbed the bier. She lay down on it beside her husband. She lay her head on his chest. She put her hand on the 3 eggs at his feet. She did not, in the lying, say anything else. She had said the sentence already. She had said the sentence the line of Enar had said for 10,000 years. She had said it with the meaning that her brother had not let her know she had been saying. She lay on the bier. The bier burned. The 3 eggs at the bier's foot took the fire in the way Daenerys had been told they could not take it. They went hot in her palm. They went hotter. They cracked. The first crack was the Black Andred. The crack was the sound of a stone giving up being stone, and a thing inside the stone deciding it would no longer be inside. And then a thing was no longer inside. And the thing came out into Daenerys' hand on the bier and was small and dark, and the color of a forge coal at dawn. And was a thing with wings. The green end bronze cracked second, the gold end cream cracked third. The 3 things came up into Daenerys' arms one after another and were the size of cats and were not cats. They had wings. They had necks. They had small heads. They were the things in the books her brother had carried around the rooms of Illyrio's house, and had recited to her from in the kind of voice he had used when he was being a man and not a boy. They were the things in the songs of every singer Daenerys had ever heard. They were the things that had not been in the world for 300 years. She lay on her husband's chest. She had her hand on the 3 small bodies climbing along her arm and her shoulder and her collarbone, in the small, uncertain way new bodies move, and the smallest one, the Black Andred, climbed onto her shoulder and put its small mouth against her ear, and she laughed. It was not a queen's laugh. It was the laugh of a girl of 15 who had been a girl of 15 for an hour, and who had been other things for a year, and who was about to be other things again. It was a clean laugh. It was the laugh of someone whose pyre had not burned her. The pyre burned. The cedar burned. The oak burned. The juniper burned. The dragon's bone-colored beam burned. The body of her husband burned. The robe of Daenerys Targaryen burned. The horsehair circlet burned. The long pale hair of Daenerys Targaryen, which had been silver gold all her life, burned to the scalp. She did not burn. The Blood Riders watched. The Khalasar watched. Jorah Mormont watched. Mirri Maz Duur, who had not been told that fire would take her, learned. The pyre went on burning. It burned through the rest of the night and into the morning, and by dawn it had burned down to a flat, scattered cone of coal and ash in the dry grass at the edge of the camp. And at the center of the cone of coal and ash stood Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of Aerys Roman II of House Targaryen, widow of Khal Drogo, mother of 3 small things with wings. She stood naked on the coal. Her skin was clean. Her scalp was clean. There was no hair on her body. The 3 things were on her shoulders and her arm and the crook of her elbow, and the smallest had its small mouth at her ear again. And the other 2 were looking, with the small, bright, lidless eyes of things that had not yet learned what to look at the rising sun. The Blood Riders, in the silence after the pyre's last log had given up, knelt. They knelt one by one. They knelt as men knelt who had been told a thing in their cradles by their grandmothers and had not, in the 40 years between their cradles and the cone of coal in the dry grass at the edge of the camp, given the thing serious thought. Daenerys looked at them across the ash. She lifted her chin. She walked off the cone of coal toward them. She walked with her bare feet in the warm gray powder of what had been her husband, and her smallest dragon on her shoulder, and her brother's old sentence still on her tongue. And she did not weep, because she had wept already, and she had not today anything more to weep about. She had a thing to say. She said it in High Valyrian, because the language had come back to her and she would, for the rest of her life, use it. "I am the blood of the dragon," she said. She did not say it loudly. The men kneeling in front of her did not, by their faces, understand the words. The men kneeling in front of her did, by their faces, understand the woman. 1,200 leagues to the northwest, on the long pale shadow of the wall, Jon Snow was on his 2nd hour of the night watch. He had been on the wall by then, for 93 days. He had spoken to Maester Aemon for an hour every day. He had read 4 of the books in Aemon's chamber and had been promised the rest of them by the end of the year. He had not, in 93 days, said the word Aemon had not said either. He had stopped, in the 2nd Sennight, expecting Aemon to say it. He had stopped expecting it in a way that was a kind of agreement. He was at the eastern end of the upper wall, where the watch was the longest and the wind was the worst. He had walked the length of his post 7 times in 2 hours, in the careful pacing the watch officer had taught him at the start of his rotations. He was on the 8th. At the 3rd bell of the 2nd watch, with the moon high over the wall and the night clear, he stopped at the eastern end of his post. He stopped because he had been about to take another step and had not taken it. He did not know why he had not taken it. He stood at the parapet with his hand on the cold stone of it and looked out over the haunted forest, and he listened to the wind in the trees 1,000 feet below the wall, and the moon high above and the night clean and cold around him, and he stood there a long count, and he did not move. Something out across the sea, very far south and east, had moved. He did not know what it was. He stood with his hand on the parapet and listened. He listened with the same listening he used in the Maester's chamber to listen for a thing the old man was not yet saying. He listened with the listening he had used in his nursery to listen for his father's step in the hall. He listened with the listening he had used in the godswood after the granary to listen for his father. The listening came back with nothing he had a word for. It came back with a wind. It came back with a small wind that had not, by any course of the wind he could read on the upper wall, come up over the wall from the south. The wind was warm. It came past his face once, in the long, careful way a wind passes that is not, by any course of the wind, a thing of the place where it is passing. It was on the wall for a count he did not measure. It went on past him. He stood with his hand on the parapet and did not move. The wind was gone in the next second. The night was the night again. The cold was the cold. The wall was the wall. He kept his hand on the parapet. He did not pull it away. The stone of the parapet where his hand had been was warm under his palm. The warmth was small. The warmth was the kind of warmth he had been banking for 4 years. The warmth had not, this night, come up from him. The warmth was on the parapet because the parapet had taken it from the wind that had gone past, and the wind had laid the warmth on the stone the way a hand lays warmth on a stone in the morning sun, and the warmth was holding. He did not pull his hand away. He stood on the wall and breathed slow. He did not, by his discipline, name the thing he was thinking. The thing he was thinking was the thing the warmth in the stone had told him. And the thing the warmth in the stone had told him was the thing the Count in his head had been waiting to hear since the granary. And the thing the Count had been waiting to hear was that he was not alone in the world. He was not alone in the world. There was a second person. The second person was not in any place he could point to on any map he had read in the library at Winterfell. The second person was far away. The second person was alive. He kept his hand on the stone until the warmth had cooled, which took, by his count, 58 heartbeats. He drew his hand back. He walked the rest of the watch. In the small chamber at the top of the Maester's tower, an hour before dawn, Aemon Targaryen stood with his hand on the lintel of the door and listened. Cleidas, on his pallet at the foot of the small chamber's other room, was asleep. The chamber was quiet. The fire in the hearth was low. The cup of warmed wine on the table beside Aemon's chair was cold. The wax spot on the writing desk had been stoppered the night before, and the seal had been put back in the bottom drawer, and the 4 letters Aemon had written that evening had been sent out at dawn the next morning with the dawn flight of ravens, and that had been 4 days ago. The ravens had been gone 4 days. The ravens were now, by Aemon's count of the line and the wind and the speed of the south flights, and the speed of the long flight from White Harbor, 50 leagues into the long flight or 2 days into the road from Pentos, depending on which raven and which letter and which addressee. Aemon had been awake half the night. He had not been awake for any reason he could explain. He had been awake the way a man is awake when something has shifted in the room, and the man does not know which thing has shifted. He had lain in his bed in the dark and listened, and at the 3rd bell of the 2nd watch he had got up and gone to the door and put his hand on the lintel and listened harder. The wind out of the east, in the 3rd hour of the 2nd watch, had been a quiet. It had not stopped. It had not changed direction. It had simply, for a length of time he had not measured, gone quiet, in the way a flute in a player's hand goes quiet when the player draws breath. Aemon Targaryen, in the door of his chamber, with his hand on the lintel, whispered a single Valyrian word into the dark. The word was not Daenerys. The word was older than her name. The word was the small Valyrian word that meant, "She is here." The word had not been used in any Valyrian house since the year before the Doom. He used it. He stood in the door of his chamber and used it. Then he went back to bed. He slept 4 hours. When he woke at the 2nd bell of the morning watch, he sent Cleidas down to the lower kitchen for a cup of broth and a piece of bread, and he sat at the writing desk, and he opened the ink pot, and he took down 4 fresh sheets of parchment. He wrote 4 more letters. He wrote them faster this time. The 4 letters had a different sentence in them than the first 4 had had. The 4 letters had a sentence that said, "The second is here as well." He sealed them in green. He sent them at the dawn flight. He sat at the writing desk and did not move for some time after. Outside the small slit of window of his chamber, very far across the long flat sea of trees that lay south of the wall, an old wind had come up and gone, and a small far thing in his line had come back into the world, and a small near thing in his line had heard it. And 112 heartbeats of Aemon Targaryen's old life, which had been a life of patience, were now over. He was, at the writing desk in the small chamber at the top of the Maester's tower, no longer patient. He was something else. Chapter 9. The thing in the Lord Commander's chambers. The two rangers came back in the spring. They had been gone since the start of the winter, on a ranging out of the Shadow Tower under Benjen Stark, and they had not come back when Benjen had come back, in the second week of the snow, with 8 of his 10 men and a story about a tracking that had not been a tracking. The two rangers had been Arthur, who had been at the wall 20 years and was the senior, and Jafer Flowers, who had been at the wall 4. They had not been bodies when Benjen had left them. They had been men. They were not men when the watch found them, 6 days after the spring melt began, in a snowbank a half-day north of the wall. Jon was the 3rd man over the bodies. He had been on the long ranging that morning, with Donal Noye and 4 others, on a sweep along the easternmost relay track to look for signs of game and signs of wildlings, and any other sign that the change of the season had brought down out of the cold. The relay track had been clean for the first 2 hours. The 3rd hour had not been clean. The 2 bodies had been laid on the snow in a small clearing in the lee of a black pine, side by side. They had been laid as men were laid when men were laid, with the arms at the sides and the legs straight and the heads pointed the same direction. Their cloaks were on them. Their blades were not. They had no wounds Jon could see. They were not, when Jon looked at them, dead in any of the ways he had been told to recognize dead. Their cheeks were not sunken. Their lips were not white. Their hands were not curled. They looked like men who had laid down to sleep, in the snow in the lee of a black pine in their watchblacks. Donal Noye, beside him, did not speak for a long count. "Wrap them," Noye said. They wrapped the bodies in the long oiled canvas the watch brought on every ranging for the purpose. They laid the wrapped bodies across the spare pack-horse and tied them down. They turned, and they walked the 7 leagues back along the relay track to the gate of Castle Black, and they did not speak. Jon walked at the back. He had not been a senior man on the ranging, and so the back was where he had been told to be, and the back was where he was. He walked. He looked, every quarter mile, at the wrapped shapes on the pack-horse. The wrapped shapes did not move. They did not jostle the way a pair of dead men would have jostled on a pack-horse over uneven ground. They lay across the horse's back as a sack of grain might have lain. They were heavier than men were and lighter than men were, both at once. Jon walked. He did not say anything. He had a count. The count had told him in the 2nd mile that he was looking at a thing he had not seen before and that he should be afraid of. The count had told him in the 4th mile that the fear was not the immediate fear of a thing about to happen, but a slower fear of a thing that had been in the world all along, and that he had not, in 14 years, been forced to look at. The count had told him in the 7th mile, with the gate of Castle Black coming into view, that whatever the things on the pack-horse were, the Maester at the top of the tower would know. He did not, at the gate, ask the Maester. He took his supper in the hall. He did not eat much. He went up to his pallet in the barracks. He lay on the pallet with his hands on his chest and the count in his head, and he listened to Pip and Gren argue, 3 pallets over, about which of them had eaten the last of a meat pie that neither of them had touched. He did not, all night, sleep. The bodies were laid out in a long, cold room off the lower yard. Maester Aemon had been brought down to look at them. Aemon had been brought down by Cleidas, in the careful way Cleidas brought the Maester down a long flight of stairs at his age, and Eamon had stood at the foot of the table with his blind face turned to the wrapped shapes for some time. And Eamon had put his hand on the chest of the senior, Arthur, and held it there for a long count. And Eamon had taken the hand back, and Eamon had said very quietly to Cleidas that he wished to be returned to his chamber. He had not said anything to Mormont. He had said 3 sentences to John on the lower stair of his tower after Cleidas had gone to fetch his cane and his hood and his second-best cloak. "Lord Commander Mormont sleeps poorly," Eamon said. "Yes, Meister. You will tonight be near his chambers." "Yes, Meister. Bring Ghost." Ghost was a year old that month. He had come to John at 6 weeks, in the early spring of John's 12th year, in the wood north of Winterfell, when Robb had found the pups around the dead direwolf mother in the snow. He had been the smallest of the litter and the only one with a white coat, and his eyes had been red, and he had not made a single sound from the day John had first picked him up. He had grown over 4 years into a beast the size of a yearling stag, with a white coat that the snow caught on and the wind moved, and that did not stain even when he had been at a kill. And he had a way of walking through a yard at a man's elbow that the men of the watch had stopped noticing in the 2nd month after John had brought him north. The watch did not like animals at Castle Black. The watch made an exception for Ghost. Ghost was at John's heel that night. He had been at John's heel from the door of the barracks. He had walked beside John across the lower yard and up the steps to the King's Tower and along the corridor to the long lower chamber off the Lord Commander's solar where Mormont kept his cot, and he had laid down at John's foot at the door of the solar. In the small, careful way he laid down when he had been told by John that he was going to be at a door for some time. He did not, at the door, sleep. His red eyes were open. His ears were forward. John had been given the night watch at the door by the captain of guard. He had been given it on Mormont's word, because Eamon had spoken to Mormont in the afternoon, and Mormont had not been told what Eamon had said but had been told that Eamon wished it, and Mormont had agreed to it without asking why. Mormont was by then a man who agreed to things Eamon asked for. Mormont was old enough to know that the Meister at his tower was older than he was, and a different kind of old, and that the Meister's askings were the kind of askings a Lord Commander did not, in the end, dispute. The night was cold. The corridor was lit by a single thin tallow torch at the far end, set in its bracket. The torch had been guttering since the 2nd bell, which was not a thing the watch's torches normally did. John had been on duty since the change of the watch. He stood at the door of the solar with his hand on the hilt of his short sword. He listened. He heard, on the other side of the door, Mormont breathing in his sleep. He heard, in the corridor, a single board creak somewhere up at the head of the stair. He heard, in the second after the creak, no other footfall. A man on the stair would have made another footfall by then. A man on the stair, after a creak, would either have come the rest of the way down or would have stayed where he was, and either way John would have heard him. The man had done neither. The man was on the stair and was moving and was not making a sound. John shifted his hand from his hilt. He drew his sword. He drew it in the long, slow way he had been drilled in by Sir Roderick. He drew it in the slow, careful way that does not let a blade chime against the lip of a scabbard. The blade came out clean and silent. He laid the flat of it against his shin and waited. Ghost stood up. Ghost did not, in standing up, make a sound. The ruff at his neck rose. His tail did not. Arthur came down the corridor. He came around the turn at the head of the stair. He walked the long stretch of corridor toward the solar at the pace of a man on a walk, in the slow, careful way a man walks who has been walking a corridor for some years and is not, this night, in a hurry. His face had not changed since the long, cold room. His face was the face of a man who had laid down in the snow and gone to sleep. He had not put on his cloak. He had not put on his boots. He was barefoot on the stones of the corridor. His eyes were the wrong color. John had a count. The Count was very quiet now. The Count was telling him a thing that the Count had not been told before, but the Count had been told a great many things in 14 years, and it knew how to tell him. The Count told him, "This is a thing that does not die from the body. This is a thing that has come into a body that was a man and is now this. Steel will not finish it. You will need to finish it the other way." He did not, at the Count's telling, hesitate. He moved. He stepped out from the door between Arthur and Mormont's solar. He swung the short sword. The blade went through the wrist of Arthur's right arm. The hand came off. The hand fell to the corridor stones. The hand kept moving. It crawled on its fingers the way a crab moves at a tide pool, and it did not slow. The body of Arthur did not slow either. The body did not bleed. The body did not look at the wrist. The body kept walking toward the solar door with one hand still attached and one hand on the stones at its feet, and the eyes the wrong color and the bare feet making no sound. Ghost lunged. Ghost took the body at the throat. Ghost was the size of a yearling stag, and the body was the size of a heavy man, and the two of them went down on the corridor stones in a heap, and Ghost was tearing at the throat, and the body was not stopping. The body had been a man and was not a man, and the not being a man meant that the throat did not, by its tearing, end the thing. John had a second. He used it. He went past the heap on the floor, into the open door of the solar, and across the solar to the Lord Commander's cot. Mormont was on his back. Mormont was awake. Mormont had his sword on his knees. Mormont had been awake since the corridor had creaked, in the way an old soldier wakes in a cot in a stone room when something passes the door, and Mormont was looking at John over the blade. "My lord, I see it." "Out of the way, lad." Mormont came up off the cot. He was a heavy old man, and he came up off the cot like a heavy old man, but his feet were under him and the sword was in his hand, and he came past John to the door, and John turned with him. They came out into the corridor. Ghost was still at the body. The body was still moving. The throat was a thing of canvas now, in the way a thrown coat is a thing of canvas, but the body was still walking and was now coming down the corridor toward Mormont, with Ghost dragging at its back. The torch at the far end of the corridor guttered. John looked at it. He had not, in 4 years, looked at a torch when it had guttered. He had been told by his father in the Godswood at Winterfell that he would not, in his life, look at a torch when it guttered, and he had been working at not looking for 4 years, and he had been good at not looking. He was not, now, working at it. He looked at the torch. He looked at the thing in the corridor. He looked at the lamp on the table beside Mormont's cot, which Mormont had not lit because Mormont had been in bed and which had oil in it. He thought, with the Count, "I have been banking for 4 years. I have one chance to use it well. I will use it well." He stepped past Mormont. He went to the table. He took the lamp. He turned. He threw. The lamp hit the thing in the corridor at the chest. The lamp broke. The oil ran. The oil ran down the front of the thing's tunic and along the floor at the thing's bare feet, and the oil ran toward Ghost, and Ghost let go of the throat and stepped back. The torch at the far end of the corridor had been about to gutter again. It did not gutter. It rose. It came along the corridor, not as a man would have brought a torch, not as a hand carry would have brought one. It came in a long, slow line from the bracket along the wall, in the way the warm wind had come past John on the upper wall in the 2nd hour of his 93rd night watch, in the way the warmth had come into his hand on the parapet without being asked for. The line of fire came from the torch in the bracket to the body in the corridor in a long, slow arc, and the line of fire met the oil at the body's chest, and the body of Arthur went up. It went up in one piece. It did not, in the going up, scream. It did not have a throat left to scream with. It did not make any sound at all. in the way the body had not made a sound on the corridor stones. It went up the way a sack of dry pine goes up when you have set a torch to it, in a long sustained roar of fire that filled the corridor at the height of a man and rose, in a slow climbing way, toward the rafters. John stood at the doorway of the solar with his arm still out from the throw. The hand on the floor of the corridor, the one that had come off the wrist, was burning. The body was burning. Ghost had moved back another 6 paces. Mormont was at John's elbow. The rafter above the corridor began to take. The torch in the bracket at the far end was no longer in its bracket. It was hovering, very still, in the middle of the corridor at the height of a man's chest, 2 paces from the burning body. It hung there. It did not move. John looked at it. It hung at the height his hand would have been holding it if he had been at the far end of the corridor with a torch. He was not at the far end. He was at the door of the solar. The torch hung. He moved his hand. The torch moved. He moved his hand again. The torch moved again. He brought his hand back. The torch came back to its bracket. The torch settled in the bracket. It stopped moving. It went on burning, in the small, thin way the watch's torches burned. The body in the corridor was now a small column of ash and bone. The hand on the stones was a small, darker column. The rafter above the corridor was burning. The rafter would, in a moment, drop a piece of itself on the floor and start the corridor proper and the king's tower above it. John moved his hand again. He drew the fire down. He did not, in the drawing down, know that he was going to be able to do it. He had not, in 14 years, drawn fire down. He had drawn fire up at the granary without meaning to. He had held fire away at the granary on the way out. He had not drawn fire down. He moved his hand and the fire in the rafter came down. It came down the way a thing of itself would come down, in the long, slow rope of fire that came along the wood of the rafter and along the wall and down the wall to the floor, and to the small column of ash that had been Arthur, and the rope of fire settled at the column and stayed there. The rafter stopped burning. The wall stopped burning. The corridor was, in the next moment, the corridor again. There were 2 small heaps of black ash on the stones. There was a rafter that was scorched in a long stripe, and a wall that was scorched in a long stripe, and a thin tallow torch in a bracket at the far end that had not been moved, in the day's accounting, by any hand. Ghost padded back to John's heel. John lowered his arm. Mormont, behind him, did not say anything for some time. The captain of guard came up the stairs at the second creak. 2 of his men came with him. They had heard at the far end of the corridor the going up of the fire, and they had come at a run. They stopped at the head of the stair. They looked at the 2 heaps of ash. They looked at Mormont. They looked at John. They looked at the wolf at John's heel. Mormont turned to the captain. "You did not see this," Mormont said, "my lord. You did not see this. Take your men, go to the lower hall, go for ale. Tell your relief when he comes that you saw nothing. He will see nothing. The Lord Commander has had a quiet night and is going back to bed. Do you hear me, Captain?" "Yes, my lord." "You will come up in the morning and clean these ashes." "Yes, my lord." "You will not speak of these ashes to any man at the watch, or any man of any holding, or any man at any inn, or any letter to anyone in your family, or any priest of any god. If you speak of these ashes to any man whatsoever, I will not flog you. I will hang you. Do you hear me, Captain?" "Yes, my lord." "Go." The captain went. His men went. Mormont turned to John. Mormont, in the corridor with the burned column of ash at his feet and the scorched stripe on the wall above his head, looked at John for a long time. He did not say anything. He had a face John could not, by training, read. He stood. He looked. He did one thing then with his hand. He laid it on John's shoulder in the same place Lord Eddard Stark had laid his hand on John's shoulder at the foot of the heart tree on the day after the granary, and he kept the hand there a long count. He took it off. "To my solar, lad." Mormont said. John went into the solar. Ghost went with him. Mormont closed the door of the solar behind them. Mormont poured wine. It was the southern wine. The wall did not often have southern wine. Mormont had a small store of it for nights of business. He poured a cup for himself and a cup for John, and he handed John's cup across the table, and he sat down in his chair at the table. And John sat down in the other chair, and Ghost laid down beside John's chair. Mormont drank. John drank. The wine sat warm in his chest. He did not, this time, set it down. He had spent 4 years learning to bank the warmth in him, and the warmth in him this night was no longer a thing he needed to bank. Mormont set his cup down. "How long, lad?" he said. "Since the granary, my lord." "You were 10. I was 10. And before?" "Before in small things, since the granary in larger ones. Your father knew." "Yes, my lord, Meister Lewin. Yes, my lord, Lady Stark. Yes, my lord, and the Meister here." "Yes, my lord." Mormont nodded once. He took up his cup, he drank from it, he set it down. "Do you know?" Mormont said, "What you are?" John looked at him. "I know what I think I am, my lord. I do not know if it is the right thing to be known. I do not know if it is mine to name until a man older than I am names it." Mormont laughed. It was the first time John had heard Mormont laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had been at the wall for 40 years and had not had a great deal in those 40 years to laugh about, and who recognized a good answer when he was given one. He laughed twice. He drank from his cup. He set the cup down again. "I will not name it tonight," Mormont said. "I will not name it tomorrow. I will let the Meister at the tower name it when he chooses to. I will tell you, lad, what I am not going to do, because the not doing of it is more important than any doing." "Yes, my lord." "I will not send you south. I will not send a letter to the king. I will not send a letter to your father, because your father is in King's Landing, and his letters are not reaching him in any way I could be sure of. I will not declare you a sorcerer, because the men of this watch have other things to worry about, and I will not give them another. I will not declare you a king, because I am Lord Commander of the Watch, and the Watch takes no sides in the wars of the realm. The Watch is the realm. Do you hear me, lad?" "Yes, my lord." "I will tell you what I will do. I will keep you at this wall. I will, when the time comes, send you ranging, because you are the best ranger I have seen come up to the wall in 15 years, and I will not waste you in a chamber. I will, when the time comes that the Meister names you, listen to what he says, and we will speak again. Until then you will be what you have been for 93 days, which is a brother of the watch, and you will be it well. Do you hear me, lad?" "Yes, my lord." "There is one more thing, my lord. You will not in this watch fear what you are." John looked at him. "I was afraid of what I was." John said, "For 4 years. I know. It was the discipline. It was the right discipline. The right discipline was not, lad, fear. The right discipline was caution. Do you know the difference? I am beginning to." "Begin faster." John nodded. He drank. Mormont stood. He went to the door of the solar. He opened it. He looked out at the corridor. The 2 columns of ash were still on the stones. The stripe on the wall was still there. The captain of guard, by his word, had not yet come up to clean them. Mormont turned back to John. "To bed, lad. The Meister will see you in the morning." Eamon saw him in the morning. The old man was at the high-backed chair by the hearth in the chamber John had been coming up to for 100 mornings. The chair had been moved a handbreadth closer to the hearth, in the small way Clydas moved the chair when the morning's wind was high, and Eamon had a cup of broth in his lap that he had been not drinking for some minutes. John sat on the stool. He did not, at the sitting, say anything. He had been told a great many things by his father, and by Meister Lewin, and by Mormont, in his life, and he had been told them with words. He had not been told the thing he expected the old man at the chair to tell him this morning with words. He had been told it without words 3 months ago, when the old man at the chair had put his hand on his. The old man at the chair this morning was holding the cup of broth. He set the cup of broth on the small table at his elbow. He turned his blind face to John. "There is a fire," Eamon said. "In your line." John waited. "I will not today name your line," Eamon said. "I will not be the one to name your father. He was a man I loved, and the love is mine, and I will keep the loving by not being the one who names him to you. Another man will do that in time. I will tell you today that you are of the blood of old Valyria. I will tell you that you are of the line of a house that came west when Valyria was about to fall. I will tell you that there is a second person in the world, of your line, of your age, and that the second person, by the count of leagues and the speed of the wind, will know in a month that you exist. I will tell you also that you are not in this watch going to be alone with what you are. I will be at the top of this tower for as long as I am at this wall. You will come and sit with me in the morning. I will tell you what I have read and what I have seen. You will listen. You will tell me what you have done and not done, and I will, in time, tell you what to do. Will that suit you, John? Yes, Meister, you will dream. I have been dreaming, Meister. You will dream more clearly. Do not be afraid of the dreaming. The dreaming is a thing of the line. The dreaming is the thing the line passes down. The dreaming is the thing your father had, and his father, and his father's father, and the woman in the East whose existence I have now confirmed to you. You understand? I understand, Meister. Good. Eamon picked up the cup of broth. He drank from it. He set it down. He turned his blind face to John, in the small, precise way the face of a blind man turns to a man he is listening to. "There is a thing in the lower corridor," Eamon said, "that the captain of guard has been told to clean." "Yes, Meister." "You drew the fire down." "Yes, Meister." "That is a thing of the line." "Yes, Meister." "You did not until last night know that you could." "No, Meister. You know now." "Yes, Meister, you will in the next month learn other things. You will by the end of the year do other things. The Lord Commander, who is the wisest man I have served with at this wall in 50 years, will not let you do them alone. He will not let you do them with a great many men. He will let you do them with a small group of men he chooses, and the group will not be the talk of the wall. Do you hear me, John?" "Yes, Meister." "Go," Eamon said. "Come back tomorrow." John stood, he bowed, he went down the stair. That night he stood at the top of the wall with Ghost at his heel, on the long pale shadow that had been a thing in his life for 94 days, and he leaned on the parapet, and the wind out of the east came up past his face, and he did not bank what came up under his shirt. He let it come up. He breathed slow. His breath did not this night steam. Below him in the dark, the lights of the gift were the lights of 100 small holdings. He looked at them. He did not name any of them in his head. He did not know the names of the holdings. He had not, in 3 months at the wall, been to any of them. He stood at the parapet. He thought, in the count he had kept since the granary, line 147, "I have drawn fire down. I have moved fire across a corridor. I have a wolf at my heel. I have an old man in a tower who has known what I am for 100 days and has not, until today, said it. I have a Lord Commander who has decided what to do with me, and what he has decided is to keep me. I have a second person in the world." He did not, in the count, write line 147 down. He did not need to. Ghost moved at his heel. The white wolf looked up at him with the red eyes. The white wolf had not, in 14 months, made a single sound and did not, this night, make one either. But the white wolf put his head against John's hand, and John laid his hand on the head, and the head was warm under his palm, and John's palm was warm on the head. And the two of them stood at the parapet a long count. Chapter 10. The letters Mormont kept the council small. There were 5 of them in the long chamber off the Lord Commander's solar at the 3rd bell of the 2nd watch, 6 days after the corridor. Mormont, who had called it, Meister Eamon, who had been brought down by Clydas in the careful, slow way, and had been settled in the chair by the hearth that had been moved a handbreadth closer for him. Donal Noye, who had been told an hour before and had been told the truth. Samwell Tarly, who Eamon had asked for by name and Mormont had not. On Eamon's asking, refused. And Jon Snow, who stood at the end of the long table with Ghost at his heel and had been told by the Maester at the door of the chamber, very quietly, that he was about to be asked to do a thing he would have been afraid of doing a year ago and was no longer. The chamber was warm. The chamber was warm because Mormont kept it warm. The chamber had a long table at its center, a single chair at each end and 3 along the southern side, and at the northern wall, a hearth that had been built 2 centuries before in the days when the Watch had built the Lord Commander's quarters with the intent that they should last. The hearth was burning low. The hearth had not been built up since supper, because Mormont had told the steward not to build it up and to be elsewhere. Mormont came in last. He shut the door. He came around to the head of the long table. He laid his hand on the back of the chair at the head and did not sit. "Brothers," he said. The men at the table looked up. "I have not called you here to vote on a thing," Mormont said. "The Watch does not vote between elections on the business of the Lord Commander. I have called you here to be told a thing, because the 4 of you are the men of this Watch who I trust the most to be told it. You will, after the telling, agree to my decision on it, or you will not, and I will hear out what you have to say if you do not. You will not, after the telling, leave this chamber and tell another man at this wall what was said in it. Is that understood?" "Yes, my lord," said Donal Noye. "Yes, Lord Commander," said Sam, in the small, careful voice he had been using all of his life when he was being addressed by men he was afraid of. "Yes," said Eamon, who did not use my lords. Jon nodded once. Mormont sat. "The Maester," he said, "will tell you. I will say only one thing first. The thing I will say is that the man you all know as Jon Snow is a brother of this Watch. He has taken the oath. He has done the Watch I asked of him. He has done other things I did not ask of him. He will, in time, do more. The Watch does not take sides in the wars of the realm. The Watch is the realm. I am not, by what I am about to let the Maester tell you, taking a side. I am, by what I am about to let the Maester tell you, preparing this Watch for what is coming over the wall. Anything else I ask you to set aside in your heads while you listen. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," said Noye. "Yes, Lord Commander," said Sam. Eamon, in the chair by the hearth, turned his blind face to the room. He did not, in the turning, look at any of them. He looked at the air in the small, precise way a blind man looks at a chamber when he wishes the chamber to listen. He said, in the small, clear voice he had been speaking with for 95 years, "There is a fire in this Watch." He let the sentence sit. He went on. "There is a fire in the line of the boy who stands at the end of this table. The line is the line of old Valyria. The line came west to this country 3 centuries ago, and the line has been on this throne and off it. And the line is on it again, in a way that no man at this table will speak of outside this chamber. The line, as you know, was reduced 15 years ago to 2. The boy at the table who did not, at the time, know himself to be the second, and the woman in the East who did not, at the time, know herself to be the third. The line has not been alone in the world for a long time, brothers. The line is no longer alone." Donal Noye at the long table did not move. He had been told an hour before. He had heard it in the hour before, in the kind of telling Eamon had not had time to give. He had heard in the hour before the names. He had heard the line he was being told now in the careful, longer way the Maester gave it. He listened. Sam, at the long table, had not been told anything. Sam was hearing it now. He had a small notebook open in front of him, which he had not used in this chamber before, and his quill was on the table beside the notebook. He had not yet picked the quill up. He was looking at Jon. The looking was the look of a fat, clever boy from Horn Hill, who had been told things in his life that he had not been able to set down on paper, and who, this evening, was deciding that he would not, this time, set anything down. He left the quill on the table. Eamon went on. I will not, in this chamber, name the boy's father. The man at this table who is not in this room, I will name him in writing tonight to one man, will know the name when the letter is read. The four of you in this room do not need to know it. You need only to know that the boy is of the line, and that the boy is a brother of this watch, and that the boy was, when he came to me 3 months ago at the door of my chamber, the second in the world of his line, and that the woman in the east, by my counting, is the third. Eamon paused. He turned in the blind, precise way toward John. Show them, he said. John looked at Mormont. Mormont nodded. John looked at the hearth. It was low. The fire in it was the small banked fire of a hearth that had not been built up since supper. The coals were the deep dark red of old coals. There was, at the top of the heap of coals, a single piece of pine the steward had laid in at supper, half burned. The pine was no longer flaming. The pine had gone to coal at its lower end. John lifted his hand. He did not, with the lifting, say anything. He brought his hand up to the level of his chest. He turned the hand palm up. The hand was empty. He brought the hand toward the hearth in a small, slow motion. And the small, slow motion was the motion Meister Eamon had taught him in the chamber at the top of the tower over the past 5 mornings. In the kind of patient, careful drilling, Eamon had used to teach the line of Enar to walk 300 years ago in the lower hall of the great house at Dragonstone. And John had taken to the drilling the way he had taken to Sir Roderick's 8 form, which was to say slowly and well. And with a count in his head, the pine in the hearth, half burned, lifted at the top. It did not, in the lifting, fall apart. It lifted as a single piece. It came up off the heap of coals and into the air above the hearth, in the slow way a feather comes up off a table when a small wind goes past it. It hung at the height of a man's knee above the hearth. It hung there. The fire on the lower end of the pine came back. The lower end of the pine, where the coals had been working on it, brightened. It went from the dark red of the coals to the smaller, cleaner red of a thing in active flame, and it gave a thin, clear yellow light into the chamber. The light fell on the long table. It fell on Donal Noye's hand. It fell on Sam's notebook. It fell on Eamon's white beard. It fell on Mormont's chair. John turned his hand. The pine in the air above the hearth turned. He brought his hand back. The pine came back to its place on the coals. He lowered his hand. The pine on the coals was as it had been a minute before, except that it was burning again, and the fire on it gave a little more light into the chamber than the chamber had a moment ago. He lowered his hand to his side. Donal Noye, after a long count, said one word. "Aye," Noye said. Sam, at the long table, was looking at John with the look of a boy who had read about a thing a great many times in books and had not, until this minute, seen the thing. He did not say anything. His mouth had come open. He closed it. Mormont, at the head of the long table, did not say anything for some time. He looked at the hearth. He looked at John. He looked at Eamon. He said, in the gruff, careful voice he had been using all his life on the watch, "That will do. Sit, lad." John sat. Mormont stood. He went to the hearth. He put another piece of pine on the heap of coals. He went back to his chair. He sat. "Brothers," he said, "here is what we will do." What they did, in the night and the morning after that long chamber, was 4 things. The first was the letters. Eamon wrote them at his writing desk between the 3rd bell of the 2nd watch and the 3rd bell of the morning, in the small, clear hand he had been using all his life. He wrote 4 letters. He sealed each in green wax. The seal was the seal he had used twice before in 3 months, and the seal was the 3-headed dragon, small, in the kind of imprint Clyda's had still never seen. He wrote the first letter to Sir Barristan Selmy, who was, by Eamon's latest count of letters returned, in Pentos in the company of a man Eamon trusted to keep his name from being said aloud in any house. The letter said that the second of two was now confirmed, and that the second was in the north, and that Sir Barristan would in time be told the second's name, but not in this letter. The letter said that Sir Barristan would do well to remain in Pentos and not, this season, to sail east. He wrote the second letter to a man in Dorne, whose name was not on the letter and whose holding was not on the letter, and which the man Eamon trusted with such carrying would deliver to the man without comment. The letter said that the second of two was now confirmed, and that the man in Dorne would understand what was meant, and that the man should, this season, consider his options carefully. The man in Dorne was Doran Martell's brother Oberyn, and Doran's father had been a friend of Eamon's nephew Aerys, and Doran's mother had been a friend of Eamon's grandmother, and the line of friendships in the line was long, and the man in Dorne would understand. He wrote the third letter to Marwyn the Maester at the Citadel, whom Eamon had known as a boy, and who was, by Eamon's accounting, the only man in the order who could be trusted with the line. The letter said that the second of two was now confirmed, and that Marwyn should, when he chose to, write to a man at the wall whose name was Eamon. The letter said nothing else. He wrote the fourth letter to the woman in the east. He did not name her in the letter. He wrote the letter in High Valyrian, which she would, by his count of the schooling she had received at Magister Illyrio's, be able to read. He wrote the letter in 3 sentences. The first sentence said, "There is a second of you in the west." The second sentence said, "He is at the wall in the company of an old man of your line, and he is your kin." The third sentence said, "He will know you when you come by his dreams of you." He sealed each letter in green. He brought the 4 letters up to the rookery at the second bell of the morning. In the slow, careful way he climbed the narrow stair at his age, and he gave the 4 letters to the dark, and the dark sent them at the dawn flight. The second thing they did was Sam. Sam had been brought into the chamber because Eamon had asked for him by name, and Eamon had asked for him by name because Sam, in the 4 months he had been at the wall, had become, without anyone but Eamon noticing, the steward of Maester Eamon's records. He had been brought up to the Maester's tower 3 days after his arrival, in the small accidental way Sam had been brought to anything in his life. He had read every book in the chamber. He had read them in 3 weeks. He had asked Eamon, after the 3 weeks, for more books. Eamon had given him, without telling Mormont, the small set of books Eamon kept in a chest under his bed, which were the small set he had brought up from King's Landing 55 years before, and which had on them a small seal in green wax that Sam had not seen the like of before. Sam had read the books in another week. He had not, in any of that reading, said anything to anyone in the watch about what he was reading. Eamon had decided, by the 2nd month of Sam's stay, that Sam was the man at the wall who would, when Eamon himself was no longer at the wall, keep the records of what Eamon had set down. Eamon had not yet told Sam this. He had told Mormont in the council that Sam would, going forward, be brought into the work that was now beginning. Mormont had agreed. Sam, on the morning after the council, was at the door of the Maester's chamber an hour before the morning bell. He had not slept. He had a clean apron. He had his quill. He had his notebook. Eamon opened the door. "Maester," Sam said. "Samwell, come in. Sit at the long table. Take down what I say. Begin." Sam went in. He sat at the long table. He took down what Eamon said. He took down what Eamon said for the rest of the morning, and for the next 30 mornings, in the small, careful hand he had been schooled in at Horn Hill. And at the end of the 30 mornings he had, in his notebook, a record that would, in 15 years, be cited by men in the South as the Eamon Codex, although none of those men would, in their sighting, name the Meister who had set it down. Sam did not, in those 30 mornings, ask Eamon a single question about John. He had decided on the first morning that he would not. He kept the decision. The third thing they did was the ranging. Mormont had said in the council that he would, when the time came, send John ranging. The time, as Mormont reckoned it, came 11 days after the council. A pair of wildling scouts had been seen along the upper Milkwater, and Q Horan Halfhand at the Shadow Tower had sent a raven asking for men, and Mormont had decided that the men he would send would include the bastard. John rode out at first light of the 12th day. He took Ghost. He took 12 men. He took Sam. Because Sam had been the recruit John had taught the most of in the lower yard, and Mormont had judged that Sam was now ready to take a ranging, and Sam had not protested. He took, in the small leather pouch at his belt, the small wooden case Eamon had set on the table in his chamber on the second morning of the council, and had told John to carry. The case had a sliver of dragon bone in it. John did not know what the sliver of dragon bone would do. Eamon had said at the door of the chamber that John would know what to do with it when the moment came. He rode out. He rode for 16 days. He came back on the 17th. He came back by the long road that led from the upper Milkwater along the eastern flank of the Frostfangs and down to the gate of Castle Black, with 12 men and a fat boy and a wolf, and a small wooden case that had a sliver of dragon bone in it. And the men with him had seen what they had seen. What they had seen would, in the months to follow, become the story the watch told one another in the lower hall, in the kind of small, careful way the watch told the stories that mattered most. They would not say his name in the telling. They would say the bastard. They would say the boy. They would say the lad with the wolf. They would not, until much later, say what he was. The fourth thing they did was that Daenerys turned west. She had been in the long, dry country east of the Dothraki Sea for 3 months. Her dragons had grown. They were the size of dogs now. They could not yet fly. They would fly, by Jorah's reckoning, in another season, and would carry weight, by Jorah's reckoning, in another 2. She had been holding the small remains of Drogo's Khalasar together by a force of will that had surprised her every morning when she had woken. She had been moving the camp east, then south, then southwest, in a slow, careful arc that was not, until the letter, going anywhere in particular. The letter came on a Braavosi merchantman that had put in at Qarth, and from Qarth on a small caravan that had come up the road to where she was, and the letter was delivered to her in the tent at the 3rd hour after sunset on a night Daenerys would in later years count as the night her life had turned. She read the letter alone. She read it twice. She did not cry. She set the letter on the small table by her cot. She went to the door of the tent. She stood at the door and looked west. Jorah, 20 paces away by the fire, looked up at her. She did not, at the door, say anything for some time. Then she said, in the small, clear voice she had been using on her blood riders for 3 months, that she wished to speak to Jorah, and Jorah came. He came to the door of the tent. He stood 3 paces from her. "My queen," he said. "Sir Jorah." Daenerys said, "I have this evening learned a thing I did not know an hour ago, your grace. There is a second of my line in the west." Jorah did not answer at once. He had been a knight for 30 years. He had known in those 30 years when a sentence was being given to him as a piece of information, and when a sentence was being given to him as a piece of orders, and the sentence at the door of the tent was, by his counting, both. "He is not the usurper's son," he said. "He is not. He is of your line, he is. Who has told you this, my queen?" "A man at the wall," Daenerys said. Jorah looked at her. The wall, to a knight of the south, was a thing in songs. The wall was the place at the top of the world where the Night's Watch had stood for 8,000 years, and at which There was a Meister whose name was the name of a Targaryen prince Jorah had heard once, as a boy, at a feast at the Eyrie, and that Targaryen prince was, by Jorah's counting, the only Targaryen alive in the world who had not been hunted for 15 years. He said, "Aemon." "Aemon," Daenerys said, "the Meister at the wall. He has written to me. He says there is another. He says there is another. He says the other is at the wall in his company. He says the other is my kin. He says, Sir Jorah, listen to me carefully. He says the other will know me when I come by his dreams of me." Jorah looked at her a long count, "My queen. Yes, you will go to him. I will go to him. It is 12,000 leagues by ship to Eastwatch by the sea. Then we will sail. You do not yet have a ship. Magister Illyrio has a ship. Magister Illyrio has 15 ships, my queen. He will give you one if you ask. I will ask. I will go and write the letter. You will write the letter at the small table in the tent. I will sign it." "Yes, my queen." Jorah turned. He did not, in the turning, salute. He had been a knight for 30 years. He had not, in those 30 years, knelt easily to anyone. He had not knelt at any point of his service to Daenerys until tonight. He knelt now, at the door of the tent, on one knee on the dust of the dry country, and he laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. And he said the small, careful words of his order to her, in the voice of a man who had said them once before, and was saying them again differently. She did not, at the saying, weep. She had not wept in 3 months and would not, that night, weep either. She held out her hand. He kissed it. He stood. He went into the tent to write the letter. She stood at the door of the tent and looked west. The smallest of her dragons came around her shoulder and put its mouth at her ear. She did not, this time, laugh. She lifted her hand and laid it on the small black head. "Ye Harrys," she said, in the small Valyrian way her brother had taught her to say the name of his great uncle, the prince at the wall. She did not yet know the second's name. She knew the line. She knew the dream. She had been dreaming in the last month of a wall in a long pale light, and of a boy on the top of the wall with his hand on the parapet, and of a wind that had gone past her face once in the cold of a desert night and gone west, and she had not, until the letter, named the dream. She named the dream now. She named it in the small Valyrian word her brother had taught her for the slow turning of a coal under the bank of an old hearth. In King's Landing, on the same night, Robert Baratheon woke in the south wing of the Red Keep with a thirst he did not have a name for, and got up out of his bed, and went to the long window that looked east over the Blackwater, and stood at the window in his nightshirt looking out into the dark, and did not know why he had got up. He stood at the window a long count. He did not, at the window, think of the trident. He had not thought of the trident in 15 years in any way that was not the way a man thinks of an old victory. He thought this night of a warmth in the water around his hand in a ford. He did not, at the window, know why he had remembered it. He poured himself a cup of wine from the carafe on the small side table. He drank it. He poured another. He drank that. He did not, by the second cup, feel the warmth in his memory of the water. He went back to bed. He did not sleep. At Casterly Rock, on the same night, Lord Tywin Lannister sat in his upper solar with the door closed and an unopened letter on the table in front of him. The letter was sealed in green. The letter had been brought to him an hour ago by a man Tywin had not had at his keep in 12 years, who had come up the road from the south on a small palfrey at sunset, and had asked for the lord of the keep by name. The man at the door had not given his name. The man at the door had given the letter to Tywin's steward, and the steward had brought the letter to Tywin, and Tywin had looked at the seal and had taken the letter in his hand, and had told the steward to give the man at the gate ale and a bed in the lower guest chamber, and not to ask his name. Tywin sat with the letter. He did not open it for half an hour. He opened it. He read it. He read it again. He set it on the table. He looked at the lamp on the writing desk for a long count. He took a fresh sheet of parchment. He uncorked his ink pot. He wrote, in the small, careful hand he had been writing in for 50 years, 3 letters of his own. The first was to his daughter in the South. The second was to his eldest son in the South. The third was to a man at the Citadel, whose name was not the name Eamon had written in his letter to Marwyn, and which Tywin had been using for 15 years. The first and the second were sealed in red wax. The third was sealed in red wax, and inside a second envelope sealed in plain brown wax. He summoned the steward. He gave the steward the 3 letters. He told the steward to send them at the dawn flight from the rookery and to ask no questions. He went to bed. He slept 4 hours. He had begun, in those 3 letters, the long, careful preparation of a war he did not, yet, know would be fought, and that he would, by his preparation, be the first man in the realm to be ready for. He had spent 15 years being the first man in the realm to be ready for things. He had not lost the habit. At Castle Black, on the morning after, Jon Snow stood on the upper wall an hour before dawn with Ghost at his heel and his hand on the parapet, and a sliver of dragon bone in the small leather pouch at his belt. The wind was cold. The wind was the wind out of the east he had been working with for a month. The wind, this morning, had a quality he had a name for now, because Eamon had given him the name in the chamber at the top of the tower the morning before. He stood at the parapet with his hand on the stone and listened to the wind, and the wind came past him once, and the wind, in passing, laid a small warmth on the back of his hand. He did not, this morning, pull his hand away. The warmth held. He held it back. He stood at the parapet, in the long pale gray of the hour before dawn, with a wolf at his heel and a count in his head that had reached 173. And he did the thing he had been working at with Maester Eamon for a month, which was, in the small, careful way of the line of Enar, to send a small, warm thing back along the wind. He did not know who would catch it. He thought, with the count, that he had a guess. The wind went past his hand. The wind went east. It went over the haunted forest. It went over the Bay of Seals. It went over the shivering sea. It went 2,400 leagues, in the long arc of the wind out of the north that the free city's sailors knew as the breath of the old house. It came down, 3 days later, in the dry country east of the Dothraki Sea, on the small bare scalp of a woman of 15 who had been walking out of her tent at sunrise to look at her dragons. She had been awake all night. She had been writing letters. She had been waiting for a wind. She felt the wind on the back of her neck. She did not pull away. She lifted her chin. She turned, in the small, careful way she had been turning since the pyre, to face the west. The smallest of her dragons, on her shoulder, put his mouth at her ear and made a sound that was not yet a word. She laid her hand on his small black head, and her hand was warm, and the small black head was warm under her palm. And she stood at the door of her tent in the long pale gold of the sunrise, facing west, and she did not, for a long count, move. The world had been turning this season in a direction it had not been turning before. It was, this morning, turning faster. The snow at Castle Black was falling. It fell on Donal Noye's shoulders. It fell on Mormont's hood. It fell on Sam Tarly's apron. It fell on Eamon's high-backed chair at the top of the tower, where Eamon was, this morning, alone with a sliver of dragonbone in his hand, and the small, careful Valyrian word for the turning of a coal on his tongue. It fell on Jon Snow's hair. It did not fall on the back of his neck. He stood on the wall with his hand on the parapet, and his wolf at his heel and his count at 173, and his line, by the Maester's writing, by the woman in the east, by the long, careful patience of 15 years, no longer alone in the world. He was 14. He had been told in his life that he had time. He did not yet know what he was going to do with what he had been told. He did know one thing. He turned his hand on the parapet. He sent the wind east again. He did the count of leagues in his head. He waited. 2,400 leagues to the east. A woman with no hair laid her hand on the head of a small, dark dragon and turned her face into the wind he had sent. She, too, was waiting. The snow at Castle Black was falling. The wind was warm.